and today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2015. Now, a question came in about would we ban guns and repeal the Second Amendment. My answer to that question is
no. No!
Let me be really specific. My answer is
no.
We are not going to repeal the Second Amendment. We believe that people do have a right to bear arms here in the United States of America, and anything to
prevent
themselves. That,
yeah.
It really goes against the idea that people are independent and can protect themselves.
Yeah, and our nation was predicated on our right to bear arms to prevent an overtaking government, for one. Just you give it a certain barrier of protection, and all of you should realize that it certainly makes sense to make sure that the government doesn't think they can disarm us. And I must remind all of you that every single, and this is the truth, every single Holocaust in history, we're talking Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, has been preceded by gun control. Long live liberty.
That's really interesting. Yeah, exactly.
Because, so we're on the campaign trail today.
Yes, absolutely.
Someone
asked about banning guns on AI and drones. I could compromise and say that's a possibility.
Yeah.
However, I know some of our military is going to probably use guns on drones.
Well, there's a new concern. Stephen Hawking and Elon Musk are both upfront about how they believe that we need to get rid of the ability of these drones to attack and strike individuals without safeguards. And I think that that's definitely a good effort, but not enough. I'm afraid that, unfortunately, Stephen Hawking doesn't have the intelligence necessary to construct blockages to stop the AI from actually replicating and bypassing these safeguards. So what I'm proposing is a much more advanced concept where, and I'm going to simplify it for you, where we actually get the connectors to not connect. You know how a Phillips screwdriver is different than a flathead? And you can't open a Phillips screw with a flathead very easily. Same with a Phillips screwdriver, you can't put it into a flathead. Well, that's the kind of separation we need at the connector points where replication occurs. And that's the type of hardware changes that need to go into AI to prevent it from replication and ultimately creating a massive force of bots that could hurt humans, theoretically. So we need certain safeguards. I am one IQ point higher than Stephen Hawking. All right, let's move on.
When was the last non-millionaire president? I would say probably before the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yes.
Grover Cleveland was not a millionaire, I don't believe. Let me see. Grover Cleveland's net worth. He was also a man who was a bachelor when he became president, like I am right now. Sarah and I are not married right now, but we want to get married in the White House. Well, my genetics make me superior in many ways. Here's Grover Cleveland. He was a fairly statuesque man, I must say. Now, it turns out he gave a stroller to a little baby, that a friend of his family, and it turns out he married that little baby. Isn't that amazing?
When she was much older, obviously.
When she turned 18, yeah. The net worth of American presidents. Let's take a look. What do you mean my genetics are not
David
superior?
David is not a Rothschild.
Rothschilds have inferior bloodlines. They're all interbred. Yeah, you should know that. You know, the World Wildlife Fund is run by the Windsor family. Well, actually, Mount Blanc. Yeah, it's interesting to note that they've invested heavily in that to protect, the creatures.
Thanks, Dimitri. Okay, 757 has asked this question a couple of times. How do you feel about all the transgender TV shows and celebrities coming out and glamorizing the idea of coming out? Do you think it fuels the depopulation agenda?
Yes, it does, actually. We talked about that last night, how depopulation was coming along because of transgenderism. And we know that this kind of thing is bound to happen in a society that becomes more and more permissive and allows homosexuality to flourish. I was also discussing this with Sarah today about how pornography seems to be running rampant, and young people are going through sexual identity crises, and a lot of them, I think, are not sure whether they're gay or straight. So I think all of this is intentional by some weird reason to depopulate people, because gay people obviously have a harder time having children. Go ahead.
This is an interesting theory.
It is. Let's see, Grover Cleveland's net worth. I have a list here for you folks.
Oh, thank you very much.
In millions of dollars. Now, JFK had $125 million. He's one of the richest guys. Wow.
And millions of dollars go.
Yeah. Wow, George Washington had $525 million in today's value. Look at that. You see that? John F. Kennedy was the richest guy.
Wow.
Isn't that interesting?
Why does one say 125 and one says thousands?
Well, I think it's in the billions. I mean, he had a lot of money. This could be 125
billion.
billion.
12 says.
It could be 1.2 billion.
Scroll over that where it highlights.
The net worth. It's just the net worth of American presidents. Okay, well, we're looking at George Washington, the second richest. Thomas Jefferson. He actually, I don't know how true this is, but his properties included $212 million. But he pretty much bankrupted his entire life. Hey, donate over $5, please. I really appreciate that. I'm going to purge that statement. It's too difficult for us to deal with 1-cent donations. All right, let's see. We got, wow, you see, I think I'm right about Grover Cleveland. He's not even on the list. Look at this. One of the poorest guys out there.
Oh, so wait, those are all less than one. James Buchanan, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson,
Yeah.
Ulysses Grant, James Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Woodrow Wilson. Can you go down?
Yeah, sure. I just don't see. Abraham
Can you
Lincoln
go
was
down?
one of the poorest, yeah.
Calvin Coolidge and Harry S. Truman.
Yeah, so I never got what I was looking for, which is the Grover Cleveland network. So he didn't even make the chart. You know, I want to focus on moral issues and ethical issues. There's a big difference between morality and ethics. Ethics involves, you know, the idea of doing the right thing. Like frequently you see doctors screw you over for money because they're unethical, charging you way too much for your healthcare checkup. That's called ethics. Morality is about, you know, the permissiveness of our society, whether we're willing to, you know, have open nudity and all this stuff. And I said to Sarah, I said, at the rate we're going,
I saw what
you're probably going to see,
Right.
you're going to probably see some sort of open nudity promoted by the Supreme Court in the next 10 years.
What is a parental abortion atrocity, Dimitri?
Oh, this story came out. They did another in-depth video of the Planned Parenthood office, and it
Oh.
happened again. They're talking about selling body parts from baby fetuses. Thank you for that news clip, by the way. We are going to take a look at the news. GOP congressman launches a bid to oust John Boehner as House Speaker. Wow, this is a big move in our country right now, folks. A Republican congressman has filed a request to oust Speaker of the House, John Boehner, in a new and unusual challenge.
25 million.
Oh, Grover Cleveland, really? Oh, thank you. You did the check on that. And sex and drugs, a prison seamstress, Joyce Mitchell's confession revealed, who pled guilty Tuesday to helping 2 inmates escape, told investigators she performed sexual acts on one of them and sent X-rated selfies to the other. Oh, wow. You see, these women are vulnerable to the manipulation of men. Remember that guy in Maryland who actually had children with 6 of the female guards, or 5 of the female guards?
That's crazy.
He actually was having sex. He was a big drug dealer who was running a big drug operation out of a Maryland prison. He had like 5 children with all the guards. I mean, there's a serious breach of code and certain barriers that are being violated internally within our prison system. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. Rehabilitation is not working. Yes, David, tremendous amount of credible public evidence shows the government has built a massive program that gives the NSA unfettered and warrantless access to the communications and records of ordinary Americans. Do you believe that this is consistent with the Fourth Amendment? No. Do you believe the courts should be able to decide whether widespread non-targeted domestic surveillance is legal or no?
I think it should be unconstitutional.
It should be unconstitutional, period. So we need legislation, not the recent ridiculous Freedom Act that came out. I mean, that's like the Dream Act. It's that messed up. The Freedom Act is basically the Patriot Act rebranded by the Republicans. There's no safeguards for the American people to oversee the NSA surveillance system that they have in place against its own citizens. Now that is unconscionable.
Thanks, Dimitri. Okay.
So clearly we're going to be facing morality and ethics issues as we move forward in the 21st century. I am a person who believes that a top-down restoration is essential for our nation to function, meaning I'm a good guy, I'm an honest guy, I will lead this nation toward good honesty, and we'll put this entire nation back together from the top down, okay? That's my commitment to you, the voter.
No, we are America's third party.
You know, it's interesting. I want to make sure everybody who comes in here who thinks that they can get away with bad words, we have a new tool here. It's called the No tool.
And I'm going to purge you, Asset DJ.
No!
Well, maybe I'll leave you alone. But pull yourself together. If you need to go to another site, get all that stuff out of your system, then come back. Maybe that'll be better for you.
All right. I believe the Confederate flag is an act of freedom of speech and should be allowed, even the sales on Amazon. Clearly, the Democrats want to violate our freedom of speech, and they're doing it recklessly. Their sense of political correctness has undermined our political process. Freedom of speech is everything in this country, and those commies, or Democrats as you like to call them, because they're really communist, they're academic communists, really are trying to undermine the very fabric of this nation. And as a true American, I will do everything I can to maintain your freedoms, your rights, your privacy, and work to make sure that the NSA doesn't have that ability to call Americans enemy combatants. I will repeal NDAA as we know it. I will in no way allow our army to be used against its own people like what is currently going on with Jade Helm. I will revive Posse Comitatus. It's been repealed under current law signed by Barack Obama. I will revive it and make sure that our government will never use its army against its own people. Okay? Thank you. So we have a lot of important issues riding on this campaign for a third party. We are at Third Party on Twitter. If you guys have a Twitter account, that'd be great if you can hook up with us, because we really put out some good links. And we're going to start with more links soon because I finally got my system running. Our link library was down for about 2 weeks, and we finally got it working again. So we do links on a nightly basis that are really cutting edge, and we take all the links from our show and add them to our delicious link library. So I didn't Twitter them last night, but if you guys want to go to our link library at America's Third Party, you will see the links that we just put in from last night. I added like 20 links. That's how many links we get in a night when we do the show. I'm not going to retract a statement which will involve oversight over the NSA. Of course not. My goal is to actually modify the legislation. I will abide by all laws within the framework of NDAA currently and when I become president. But the next one we sign will not have all the unfettered access over domestic records that you guys have. We're going to modify this so that you don't think you have unlimited power. And frankly, the NSA has gotten away with far too many warrantless wiretapping where they didn't get a FISA judge to sign off on it. Now that's a serious issue. So don't think for a second that I'm going to forget that. Our nation needs to be protected from unreasonable search and seizure. And there's one of the clauses in NDAA 12 that Obama signed into law. I believe it even was ushered forth in 2010, was to give Interpol unlimited access, overtaking our anti-search and seizure laws, unlimited access to U.S. citizens. That's something that should not exist. Similarly, we should not have the UN in the clauses written into our U.S. Army documents. My experience in politics is I ran for office recently, and I was forced out of the election because of cheating by the Democrats. No, but rescinding the current NDA laws and reviving a brand new one involving oversight is exactly what we want to do. In no way do I want to sacrifice our national defense. In no way do I think that doing so would put our nation in danger or jeopardy. But when we look at U.S. citizens and the repealing of the posse comitatus, which is a strong foundation of American freedom throughout our history, I believe we need to go back about, I'd say, 10 years in terms of those laws. And we need to go forward 10 years in terms of generating green, clean technology, solving the problems of our nation's government waste by making sure that it runs efficiently, and ultimately shrinking the budget, the military budget, by down to $500 billion per year from its current level of nearly $1 trillion. So that's something that will not in any way jeopardize our national security. Remember, I am always concerned about national security. As a president, I will be focused on our nation's security, but I am in no way going to sacrifice your freedoms and your rights. So one of the things I want to do is eliminate the TSA, phase them out, and make sure they don't touch people indecently at the airports. I want people like Coast Guard and National Guards, plainclothes people, to actually be there replacing the TSA. And this will save you at least a few bucks on your plane ticket, like 20 bucks. Because every single plane ticket's loaded with fees to pay for the TSA. We don't need these people fondling people and grabbing their junk and reaching at our women's breasts to touch their pacemakers. This is insane. We need accountability.
Thank you, Senor. Yep, we need a viable third party. So you have nothing to lose by joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, NSA. Make sure we have, there's no election fraud in this election or in any election. We've always abided by our signs. I got to tell you, when I encountered 90% of my signs stolen in the previous election, it shocked me. The truth is, we don't have the democracy we thought we had, and the people that are stealing my signs are Democrats, mostly.
Do you need any coffee?
Why do you think I sound like Nixon? I think that's outrageous.
I'll be right back.
You know, some of the things I would think 785 to do with foreign policy, I'll repeat the question when David returns for him, but I personally think that the way to deal with foreign policy is pick up the phone and call the other countries. Our commander-in-chief should do so, and not call them names, not alienate them, but try to have a civil discussion. I think if Bush had done that with Saddam and Obama had done that with a few different leaders, I think that we have a much more peaceful country. I think, though, that there's a lot of money for a few people in the idea of a war because they make money on ordnance that they sell, and then they also make money. The same people that make money on blowing up other countries make money on rebuilding the other countries. It's really difficult. Captain H, David has not held political office yet. Thank you. All right. You're up in Canada, your teachers had a lot of budget cuts in education. Okay. Yeah, I tried to keep it a family show. Yeah, I would say, Jerko fan, aren't you Canadian and you prefer things in Canada the way they are? Otherwise, I mean, maybe you should start a Canadian version political chat show. He has ideas of what he'd like to make promises about, Captain H. And Alora, you say Canada is not as it once was. Well, it sounds like Jerko fan is ready to make Canada how it should be again. Thank you, 991. Yes, we all have ideas, and I hope you put your ideas out there and work on bringing them to fruition. Green is one of my favorite colors. Interesting, Jerko fan. So you think the whole world is being set up for a new world order, and you're afraid that America and that Canada is being set up for that? I don't know where in the Constitution it talks about lands being able to be bought from other countries. But I would say that yes, there is a lot of ideas that are put forward by candidates that have, that sometimes when they become elected, may not be feasible to actually follow through with. Sorry, Atlantic, I'm always going to be with David. Well, Lot Lizard, I'm always going to be with David, so. You're saying Britain changed a lot over the years. They no longer do as much espionage as before, but they really messed up. Not only us, but the entire world. Why are Cubans the most healthiest people in the country, and why do they spend 10% of their GDP as compared to the US, which spends 2%? Well, one of the reasons that they're so healthy, 8802, is because they have, I would say, two things. Hi, Shrek. One, they have a heterogeneous population for the most part. I mean, that could be changing, especially with the embassies opening up. You know, the Cuban embassy here and the U.S. embassy in Cuba. However, for a long time, they had a heterogeneous population, and they banned anyone going into their country unless they had a clear AIDS test that said that they did not, AIDS and HIV, that said that they did not have AIDS and HIV. So basically, in their country, they have basically eliminated the threat of HIV.
Where is this?
From what this is, and that, I don't have the verification on that, but of Cuba, from what I understood.
Cuba has no HIV? Really?
Well, what I understood is Cuba required anyone coming into their country to have an HIV test that was
right.
negative.
You are correct. That's right. I remember that when that happened.
Oh, right. I meant, yeah, right, Tomato Girl. I was trying to say homogeneous population.
Thank you, Atlantic. Welcome. You're home. You know,
They're
and you're
all
happy.
Similar.
Great.
But and maybe it's also to do with the fact that they have wonderful sunshine down in Cuba.
TV commercialist speaker Trudeau went to jail. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know Trudeau, this commercialist speaker, went to jail. Absolutely. You know, the fact is the CIA has had very little oversight under Bush and Obama. I mean, Dianne Feinstein has been relatively toothless in her attempt to mitigate torture. There was a study that came out the day that the Boston Marathon attack occurred, and it would appear in the New York Times, but it appeared in the back pages. And it was pushed to the back because of the Boston Marathon attack. And it was all about how Obama's record of torture and rendition is just as bad, if not worse, than George W. Bush. Hey, Dave, did you post? No, I didn't. Is this a picture of OJ? Wow, OJ's kind of changing the look of OJ. I was just mentioning earlier that there were allegations that people are saying that maybe OJ didn't do it. Maybe his son did. That's just an allegation that's been running around the conspiracy world. But OJ's having a pretty tough time in prison, folks. You know, possession of a gun, trying to get his memorabilia back, that's his charge, you know.
I know. 9
years he got for just taking a gun in and trying to using a gun and strong-arming somebody to give him his memorabilia back. his football memorabilia. So some people might still believe he's innocent. Oops, I got rid of us. Double click. And now you guys get to see the backbone of our show, which is a green screen.
That's what it really looks like behind
Yeah,
us.
that's what our show really looks like.
All right, I'm gonna take a little break.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sarah. Whoa, things are happening. The campaign's moving around. I'm appearing on and off camera. And there's the third party. Okay, thank you. Gaddafi's son, 8 other former government officials sentenced to death by Libyan militia. Wow. So after we deposed Muammar Gaddafi, our government funded Al-Qaeda. And our president never answered to this. Now the son of Gaddafi actually is facing a death sentence as well. Wow. So no due process in that country. He's been sentenced to death. I guess they call it due process, but basically a Libyan militia is running the country. I mean, our country literally deposed a perfectly functional leader. Truly, all he was trying to do was simply, and I know this may sound odd, but create his own currency. And he had plenty of gold and plenty of money. And no one has ever heard about the money that Gaddafi had. Kind of strange. It just disappeared. It's like, oh, well, I know nothing. I see nothing. And now his son is being sentenced to death for God knows what. Interesting. A country that's lawless with no oversight. Now, is that our country? Is that how our country is going to become like Libya? It seems like that's the government is heading toward, with Jade Helm overtaking our personal life. No, I haven't done a house tour because I really value my privacy, guest 522. And Atlantic, please kind of minimize your racial slurs here. We don't have any desire for racism. We're moderates here. We're not far right-wingers or far left-wingers. We might do a house tour someday, but I'm trying to focus on the show. Thank you. Hello, Shrek. Good evening. Welcome to the show. Look at this little thing I picked up at the Solar Fest 2015. We made a 15-minute video in HD of our Solar Fest experience. If you want to download it or check it out online, it's pretty good. We saw the Tesla. I got a card from a Tesla guy, and he's going to give us a free test drive of a Tesla. I thought that was a real score. I was like, and the salesman said, yeah, give us a ring, and we'll give you a free test drive. I was like, wow, that's as close as I'll ever get to a Tesla. Maybe. I don't know. But look at this solar charged light. Isn't that cool? And it is super bright. I mean, I could illuminate the entire room at night. Yes, Leslie Nielsen did die in 2010. Yeah, he's been gone a long time. Okay, a federal judge sentenced TV pitchman Kevin Trudeau Monday to 10 years in prison for bilking consumers through his infomercials. In November, jurors convicted Trudeau of defying a court order barring him from running infomercials that made false claims about his book, The Weight Loss Cure, They Don't Want You to Know About. So now he's going to jail for 10 years. Wow. Don't lie to the American people unless you can prove it. And it wouldn't be a lie then, would it? I can't measure the lumens, but it's got 3 really bright LED lights. And the thing is like forever bright. I mean, seriously. And solar. I couldn't pass it up for $3. I said, yeah, I'm getting it. And I don't make purchases that often. Sarah and I also got a really cool... Sarah won. We did a scavenger hunt. Sarah won a really cool self-watering planter, about 2.5 feet by 3 feet. It's pretty amazing. Self-watering. We were lucky. I kind of knew she'd win. I had a feeling. Okay, that's correct, sir. Okay, this is interesting. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump distanced himself on Tuesday from his lawyer and top aide, Michael Cohen, who had sparked controversy for saying sexual intercourse with a spouse can never legally be considered rape. Interesting that a lawyer would say that, because there have been rape cases where men have raped their wives. That's fascinating. So Donald Trump is pushing himself away from that lawyer. I hope he's not pushing him away too hard, or that could be an assault. That's true. I know. I read it off the news. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything's natural. Wow. Well, if you like Trump so much, why don't you go ahead and be one of his doormen, and he can walk all over you? Yeah. He's been raised with a silver spoon in his mouth, or whatever orifice he uses to talk. Okay. And next time you want to borrow money, ask him for advice, because he's apparently borrowed so much money he has an extra $8 billion he can't account for that I can see. I'm still researching this, but I don't know where he got all this money so fast. He was not on Forbes' top billionaire list 4 or 5 years ago, and now he claims to have $10 billion. It's kind of weird. I know the solar revolution will make people rich. You just patented a solar-powered device. It'll be manufactured soon. Very cool. I think the Chinese government is way ahead of you. I mean, this was made in China. It came with a little tchotchke, which had a swivel on it, and it fell apart about 2 minutes after I got it. It literally just pulled apart, so I just hardwired it right to the ring. They gave me the little ring, and I hardwired it. Ran it right through there. You like me, Atlantic? Okay, cool. Well, we're trying to forge a relationship with Russia. Not now, but ideally we'd like to see a summit meeting with Vladimir Putin to try to work out the problems that we've unnecessarily caused him with our involvement in Ukraine and Syria. The truth is, our policy in that region has been so mixed up under Obama and Bush that we don't really have any long-term strategy. And it seems to be that Brzezinski is running the show. Zbigniew Brzezinski, the guy who has 3 children that work on the inner circles of the Democratic and Republican Party. They seem to be wanting to use Syria as some sort of a launch point for an oil pipeline. And Turkey would be involved in this. And I don't think this plan is workable or feasible or in any way possible. I have a better plan to actually work with Iraq and help them get oil right down into the Persian Gulf to get them the necessary money that they need to help rebound their economy. I have a soul, and I'm not a ginger. I'm a dirty blonde. Yes, we heard about President of Africa. Yes, that's right. Even though Africa is a continent, Obama tells the African people that he should be the president. That's interesting. Wow. Just the stories from Obama get weirder and weirder. It's like he doesn't even care anymore. He doesn't care how many lies he says. He doesn't care all the BS coming out of his mouth. It seems like he's on an endless roll of BS. Let's listen in.
I stand before you as a proud American. I also stand before you as the son of an African.
That's how Barack Obama introduced himself before the African Union, the first time a sitting US president has addressed the 54-state body. At the heart of his speech, an assurance that the US is committed to supporting Africa in its fight against terrorist groups, everyone from Boko Haram to Al-Shabaab.
As Africa stands against terror and conflict, I want you to know that the United States stands with you.
Elsewhere, performing a balancing act between declarations of solidarity and criticism of certain states, Obama singled out those countries which he says practice democracy in name, but not in substance. Days after Burundi's Pierre Nkurunziza successfully sought a 3rd term despite the standard 2-term limit, Obama called on the AU to pressure African leaders to stick to their mandates.
Under our Constitution, I cannot run again. I can't run again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank God.
I actually think I'm a pretty good president. I think if I ran, I could win.
Whoa. See what I mean? This sense of cavalier power, I mean, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah, isn't that weird? He actually thinks he could win again. You know, because he's got a mindless group of Democrats that still do not question his policies, that allow our country to get ripped off with Obamacare, without any questions, keeping businesses from forming larger than 50 numbers of employees because of Obamacare. I mean, this entire disaster of a president thinks he'd win again. That's because people like me aren't even allowed to enter the race. He doesn't have any real competition. It's a tremendous ego on his part, and it's put us in great jeopardy. When he called Vladimir Putin a jackass, relations with Russia have chilled to the point where we have a colder war. And Obamacare was a lie. I agree, Atlantic. The truth about Obamacare is everything that's happened has been in favor of the big insurance companies that profited, the people that parked themselves in his office the first few months of his presidency. And how do we know that? Not because Obama was transparent. He didn't publish the guest list, by the way. It was only after 2 subpoenas by 2 separate groups, Citizens for Responsibility Ethics in Washington, CREW, and Judicial Watch, that we got the guest list. We found out how he camped out with all those healthcare people, like the president of the SEIU, Service Employees International Union, and all of these secret meetings with bankers like Goldman Sachs. And I'm sorry to say, Democrats, you guys voted for a real yes man, a real poser, a real puppet. And you should be ashamed of that. You should be apologizing to Republicans and independents around the country for being such a stubborn group of extremely liberal people that don't care about forming any compromise, don't care about negotiating. Speaker of the House Boehner said that it was like negotiating with a bowl of Jell-O when he tried to hash out details of Obamacare. You're the best guest so far. Yeah, you haven't been spamming or anything. I'm impressed. Hey, Dave, have you talked about the dentist who killed a lion and Yelp now has all the negative reviews on Yelp? Really? Oh, I didn't know. Wow. I did not talk about him. Okay, so it's basically people that don't hunt are upset. I didn't know about that. What's your plan for Sponheim care? Yeah, let's get into that right away. This is the Truth Tuesday. I have a plan to overtake the current problem with Obamacare by creating a bypass to our existing healthcare crisis. Now, what we need are lower cost services. And what we're going to get are exactly that, lower cost services. You like the idea? Well, I'm going to bring on the amazing technology of mobile medical units to the country. And we've got some amazing things that will be included in mobile medical units. But let me show you a mobile medical unit like the one we're going to be building.
Nobody knows when the next big disaster will strike.
Medic Engine 251, Medic Truck 251, Medic Squad 251, Engine 264, Battalion 1102.
Earthquakes, wildfires, hurricanes, flash floods, and mudslides can interrupt communications and transportation. These interruptions can prevent patients from getting the essential medical care they need. To meet these challenges, the Discoveries Project at Loma Linda University Medical Center and Children's Hospital have unveiled a revolutionary advancement in emergency medicine, the Mobile Telemedicine Vehicle. The Mobile Telemedicine Vehicle, or MTV, is the next generation of alternative response vehicles.
All right, so this is just one of many that we can develop for our country to provide emergency medical care. Now, there's some bigger units that we can provide that could provide people with, say, a checkup, blood test that's done by a computer, blood chemistry for $25, and you'll get a complete readout that'll tell you what your diet plan should be to maintain your good health. Another mobile medical unit would be like this, like the ones here in Minnesota. These are pretty effective, but will be much more advanced, the ones that we will be building, because they'll all have onboard open-ended MRIs, and we'll be providing really low-cost services. Ultrasound, portable ultrasound, and a portable X-ray system. We'll also be able to set bones that are broken, that are unless they're compound fractures involving deep surgery. Well, it's kind of like an 18-wheeler, yeah, it's the way to go. And this concept is on our website. And also in our book, Hybrid Capitalism, which we've written back in 2012, which is very appropriate for the current cycle in 2016. Okay, David, as POTUS, President of the United States, you'll be responsible for managing one of the most largest annual budgets in the world. What kind of wasteful spending would you stop and get us out of this massive debt? Thank you, guest 373. Excellent question. Well, that is built into hybrid capitalism, is waste management. And I don't mean just actual physically dealing with the environmental waste, but I'm talking about the waste in the government. We have a plan to create forensic auditors at the government accounting office. The first thing I'll do is set these things up. These jobs will involve specialties in Medicaid fraud, Medicare fraud, military contract fraud, and a variety of other ways in which our system is leaching out wasteful spending. We will red tag and yellow tag anything that looks suspicious, and we'll run that through a battery of tests to make sure that the system can do without it. And then we'll go after those specific areas of those acts, those bills that Congress has passed. We will have a direct confrontation on a daily basis for about 2 hours with congressmen of various types that have those pet projects on their budget. And we're going to try to figure out what to do and try to find a workaround that would be suitable for the state and for the federal government to maintain lower costs. That's the starting point, forensic auditors. But hybrid capitalism is all about getting our government to run efficiently and looping the capital as opposed to wasting it. You do better listening than reading. Okay, well, the book is available on audio. Meow TV, do you have a link to that for people to listen to the audiobook? At one point you did. I don't know. You made a copy of it. Want to stop the debt, mass fund NASA, and capture one of those platinum iridium meteors flying around? I should be enough. Meow TV, we haven't even been back to the moon in 47 years. Or was it 50? 53 years. Thank you. 47 years. It's crazy. Guess, make an account. It's so easy. Rodney's here. He says, Dave, has the show started yet? No, it hasn't in your mind, Rodney. It probably never will start because you're unable to understand what we're doing here. But thanks for asking. How can you make medical insurance affordable? Provide a public option. You know, the thing that Obama completely abandoned. We have a national opt-in plan built into the book here where people pay $60 a month and they get full medical and dental coverage per person. So the public option is available. It can be implemented with as few people as 20 million people. With 20 million subscribers paying $60 a month, that's pretty affordable, mind you. Most insurance plans are $7,000 per year. This is closer to $700. And the reason why we're able to do that is we provide very low cost services at public hospitals and nonprofit public hospitals that are currently getting no taxes charged. So we're going to make sure that they have to abide by our rules, which means they can only charge a certain amount for an x-ray, a certain amount for a doctor's visit, etc., etc. And we'll be offering only top salaries of $150,000 at those facilities. But we will give the doctors that are currently in the program free malpractice insurance. That's built into the plan. That's built into our national opt-in plan. Really? Yes, seriously. You guys are going to like this. And if we get 20 million people to sign up to this, we'll have $12 billion. But either way, it'll pay out even if we have 2 million people. It'll work at any level. That's what we're shooting for, something as a bypass to this incredible wasteful spending. And you know, the reason why that they never put a public option out there in 2012 and 2016, the Democrats don't even have one still. They actually think that Obamacare is going to solve everything. This is how out of it they are. The reason why they haven't done it, because those big corporations like Cigna, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, Humana, Kaiser, they all control the legislation. They don't want you to get a good deal. They want to fleece you of every dollar you've got. That's why your insurance is $7,000 a year per person. Yeah, low carb steaks are good. I passed up a steak today that was expired food at the market for $2.60 for a half of a pound of steak. But even that's too much for me to spend. That's like $5.20 a pound. I'm just not into wasting money on beef, you know. All right, I'm in the zone, yep, and we'll get on with some cool things. Please join us at Third Party if you're a Twitter follower. We really need more followers. It'd be helpful. Appreciate it. And we do put out great links in the evenings. I'm going to be adding them to my Twitter link libraries at the same time. We already put them out every night on our delicious link library on our main site, americasthirdparty.com. All right, so the truth. Jonathan Pollard, you're going to be released. A spy for Israel is going to be released on parole. Wow, this has been forever. In July of 2014, Pollard had served 29 years of a life sentence. Fascinating. For spying on behalf of Israel. His hopes for freedom were thwarted when a federal panel denied his request for parole. Oh, by the way, I don't support the Iran agreement that Obama is putting out there. I'm completely against it. It's completely putting our nation at risk, giving a nuclear capability to Iran to create a nuclear weapon in 1 year and 1 day. I'm against it. And we have a lot of things that were different than the other guys. And I think a lot of you are kind of concerned about whether you're going to vote for Donald Trump or whatever. Or maybe some of you want to vote for Bernie Sanders or whatever in the campaign coming up in 2016. Well, we have a plan to actually beat them on every topic. And I'm going to show you what that is right now. Yeah, vote third party, everybody. Let's get this thing into position. Okay. Whoops. Still looking for it. Okay. Kind of hard to read that. Hang on, I'm gonna get your chat in just a second. I've got an errant. Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right. So this is where we're different. None of these candidates out here. It's Greek. Yeah. It's actually ASCI code. No. We will end chemtrails. We will end the Fed. We will stop GMOs, and we will legalize pot. Trump, Hillary, Jeb, and Bernie Sanders will not stop the chemtrails. And if you guys are as aware as I am about the existence of chemtrails, you know that we want to get oversight over this. I will end the Fed. Trump doesn't care about the Fed because he gets money from them. Stop GMOs. We want to stop the power of Monsanto. And I will legalize pot. None of those guys are going to do that. It's interesting, Jeb was a pothead for what, most of his adult life, yet he doesn't want to legalize marijuana. You see how hypocritical these people are? We got to fight them with real honesty here. We got to get to the bottom of what Americans really want. They don't want chemtrails. They don't want the Fed. We don't need a central bank. They don't want GMOs in their food, and they certainly want to legalize marijuana. 58% of our population wants to legalize it. David, can you slap your bleep against the mic? No, I can't. How are you so sure about chemtrails, Dave? Well, there's ample evidence. I ask all of you guys to do research this. You know, my mother told me about contrails and chemtrails back in the 1980s. And she was listening to, shows like Art Bell and all that, Coast to Coast. And I will marry Sarah if she'll accept my proposal, I'll marry her in the Rose Garden. It'll be fantastic. But no, the fact is, since the 1980s, we have seen an unbelievable amount of chemtrail activity in the skies. Just look up. Today we saw a couple chemtrails in the sky, and I'm getting Sarah to realize that these things really are chemtrails. And they're making really bad ones now. The kind that actually break down rather quickly with strong aerosols in them, so it looks almost like a cloud in about 5 minutes. Okay, your case is done. You're out of here. Trump won't end the Fed, so don't even listen to these people. Yeah, you can rest your case. It's like you're resting on a guy who's got a foot and mouth disease. Seriously. Yes, we want to stop cancer too. Yes. But I was going to talk about that tonight because there's a lot of people looking at alternative cancer treatments. This is a cancer treatment involving some interesting stuff, which is hydrogen peroxide. No, but there are 14 strong holistic cancer experts that have died recently from unexplained deaths. And they believe they had a cure for cancer and now they're dead. Okay? It is censorship. Yeah, it's wrong. I agree. David, if you become president, will you have a spot in one of those underground bunkers when all hell breaks loose? Yeah. Yeah, there's a place right under the White House. I jump in the slide and I drop right into the lower end of the White House. Then I'm sent on a mass rail to a place in Virginia. Oh, am I releasing secret information? I shouldn't talk about that. Now, it's well known that there's an entire underground complex connected down there for the safety of our government and the safety of Congress as well. All right. I'm not E Prime. Yeah, and I can tell you that anybody who comes in here due to the recent unbanning of everybody who thinks that they can slam me, good luck. I'm just going to bring the guests in here. They'll talk about how I'm legitimate. You'll see them all of a sudden start approving everything I do. Aren't chemtrails a result of compression? No. No, that's... In fact, most jet engines, closed turbine engines, are actually designed to prevent condensation. I don't know. There's 8 floors under the Denver airport. I don't know what's under there. And I'm not Jewish, and I'm not a communist. In fact, I fought communism. My family was instrumental in stopping communism in the 1950s, and you'll read about that when I write my autobiography or publish it. I come from a long line of family members who worked in and around the periphery of the citizenry of this nation that's done their job to prevent communism from spreading. So one of the reasons why I wrote that book, Hybrid Capitalism, was to prevent the leftist scourge denying you your property rights, forcing the working class man to pay for the non-working class, like people like Bernie Sanders want to do. Yeah, and I've looked at the realistic nature of a country that is absolutely in need of brand new startups, small businesses. So we need to embrace capitalism, not hate it. So writing a book that solves those problems was key to my campaign in 2012, and it's definitely still relevant today. Campaign 2016, hybrid capitalism. All right. The truth of the matter is, we are facing some serious problems with the world, the earth, our country, the environment. Yeah, Bernie is a socialist. We need to solve key problems our nation's facing regarding environmental pollution. And we're not seeing any real solutions coming from Barack Obama or anything coming new from Hillary. She recently took a plane flight on a plane that guzzles gas, fuel. No, that's just not, it's only true in extremely frigid temperatures, but for the most part, most of the skies above us are not ice cold. And all of the effluent that's coming out of these planes has been noted and seen and studied, actually. There's a scientific team out of Italy that studied the effluent and particulates coming out of these vehicles, these jets, these chemtrail vehicles. And they have noticed that, yes, there is serious heavy metals, selenium, aluminum, barium. There is strontium. There is silver oxide, which attracts water. All right, the question is, are chemtrails and vaccines causing autism? Guest 986, thank you. Sarah is going to be coming in a little later. She's my vice presidential choice. Beautiful woman who's been working with me to forge our platform, which will save this country. Well, I'm sure that the NSA is going to be concerned. I've already gotten a person called the NSA in our room who said that they're a little upset that I want to have oversight over them as president. I want the people to have oversight over the NSA. I want the people to have a way of checking. And I'm not talking about the Freedom Act that the Republicans just rebranded from the Patriot Act. I'm talking about ending the reckless, warrantless wiretapping that's been going on by the NSA and getting oversight by the people of this country. Representatives of this nation could be chosen to be on a panel to oversee certain high-profile cases, making sure that we have some semblance of oversight, making sure that people who are innocent people are not being harassed or pursued for no real probable cause. You see, without the chain of evidence and probable cause, the NSA is out of line. They have to see some probable cause to justify wiretapping our emails and our Skype communications. Blimp plane is coming along pretty well. Yeah, I've got the necessary stuff to test out the hydrophobic material. It's looking good. We're going to be using completely frictionless material on the blimp plane. In case you don't know what the blimp plane is, now that you mention it, here it is. It's an idea that I hope to put into play so I can save the ailing infrastructure, all those 747s that are not being used across the nation. We're going to be seeing a lot of these things. They cost a lot of money too, and we want to make sure we save them. So I constructed this concept where we have frictionless material on top of Kevlar stretched across a graphite or carbon fiber exoskeleton, a dirigible, if you will, that's fused to the outer fuselage of the plane. And the best thing about this plan is it actually could have parachutes attached to it. You could imagine parachutes being attached right to various parts of the plane wings, like right here. Perfect spot for a parachute, don't you think? You know? The other one across the other way over there. The nose cone could have a little parachute. And even the tail could have a parachute. Isn't that great? And I asked some guys at the FAA why there are no parachutes on jets, and they said it was too costly. Yes, I know what a 747 weighs when it's scaled down, and we can get it up in the air. We can get lift on this. Thank you. We're going to be stripping them and putting bunk beds in there. There will be some seating, traditional seating, but most of it will be really lightweight. You know, why don't you try it and see if you can make it work? Because I'm using proportionality in testing my unit. No, nothing's going to crash. And even if it does, we're going to see parachutes. That's my point. Name one plane in the world that has a parachute on it. Please, any of you, please, I challenge you to show me a plane with a parachute on it, except for the space shuttle. That doesn't count. They have a parachute on a Cessna? Really? No, the F-16 does not have a parachute. They have an ejection module for the plane. Really? I'm YouTubing it out right now. You're right. There is a plane with a parachute, and it is a Cessna. You're pretty good, man. Well, see, why don't we have these parachutes mass-produced? You see what I'm talking about? Well, you guys have been living with a puppet president so long, he can't even make anything happen. They've already made these parachutes. Look at this. Thank you so much. I didn't know the Cessna had one. Well, I don't need to YouTube it. I'm looking right at it. I do have some really nice eyebrows in case you're looking. They are the same color as my hair, so you can't really see the eyebrows. You'd be so lucky to have blonde eyebrows. What's wrong with you? Yeah. That's pretty cool, huh? I had no idea that existed. See, now I have less fear flying. I might just get my pilot's license. Thank you. You're back, American Patriot. Welcome. Don't fly in any plane that says Asia or Malaysia on it. You know, most planes, the truth is, most planes have... Oh, how can I go totally gray, Nicole? That's impossible. I use natural plant proteins in my hair, so I'll never go totally gray. Unlike Obama, who can't buy products that are natural, you know, I'm going to just maintain the natural colorants. You know, you're completely ridiculous if you think that, DJ Chillsync. What exactly do you think is ridiculous? David, I'm a mechanical engineer. Your idea is a great one. It's possible to build a blimp plane. Thank you. Guest 522. Awesome. Let's get to work. No, I use a natural colorant. It's made out of plant protein. I showed it to you guys last week if you want to watch our show last week. This time, this place, this bat channel. Yeah, why are there no seat belts in buses? It's been what, 40, 50 years, 50 years. It's 1966, 49 years since Ralph Nader wrote "Unsafe at Any Speed," which ushered the entire seatbelt revolution. And we still don't have seatbelts on public transport. What's with that? No, it's a natural colorant. It's plant protein. I'm not in favor of depopulation. Are you a communist Democrat? Thoughts on Rand Paul targeting Clinton and Planned Parenthood? It is amazing. And I got to tell you, the fact that it's not just Rand Paul, it's a group of independent journalists that are doing this. Rand Paul happens to be in the limelight and exploiting it. But the fact is, Planned Parenthood is selling human fetal body parts and body organs. David, are you going bald? No, this is a good haircut. Nothing wrong with my haircut. I'm not going bald. Okay, we've got a couple of nonsense guests coming in. Usually the same guy sitting in his basement with a line of meth in front of him that he stole from his mom when he got her purse. And he just can't seem to do it. He can't seem to get his act together. So we're going to ban him selectively. I know. And he's got like 60 browsers open. So it's a little tedious, but bear with me. And your mom is wondering, honey, where's my 20M? Is Bud still doing that math? You think he stole it, honey? They're talking about you right now behind your back. Bud, did you steal mommy's 20? Bye all, take care. It's been nice having you. How does it work for you running a president? Are you actually possibly running? How do you go about running? Can you? Yeah, anyone with the qualifications can run for president. But not many people with 185 IQ are running for president. I'm the only one. So if you want a person with an intelligence level that surpasses Stephen Hawking, I'm your guy. All right? No, I can't give out mod status. We've had a lot of problem with that. People are jealous. Maybe your idea is okay, but I have a good one too. Oh, okay. DJ Chillsync has a good one too. We'll have to wait till your idea comes forward. Liberal media openly calls for mass gun confiscation. Are you serious? See, the liberal media is trying to push for gun control. Now, I won't take your guns away. Hillary will. Sanders will. I don't know about Trump, and I don't know about Jeb. He probably won't either. But I won't take your guns away. I support your rights to bear arms. Come 100%. Well, let's be clear. Stop guest chatting? Really? But I like their chat. Yeah, thank you. You know, I don't need to take the IQ test again. They're qualified, and they're perfectly, adequate. I have an aversion to testing. I don't like it. It makes me stressed out. I hated the tests when I took them. I performed better than anybody in my class. I took it in, I think, my junior year in honors English. I was in honors English my junior year in high school, and the teacher gave it to us. And it's in my CUME folder. And they even gave me a copy of the results. I even have the test. You could take it. No, I don't want to tout, that Stephen Hawking is not that smart, but frankly, you tell me how many people sitting around masturbating with their mind who say that we should leave the planet are credible. Thank you. No, UCLA is going to have to give me a degree posthumously when I'm dead. I really don't need a degree to convince you that I'm intelligent. It really doesn't matter. IQ is kind of irrelevant. I did take a vow of poverty, yes. When I was a victim of affirmative action and not able to go to my chosen colleges, like Occidental, where I was accepted, I would definitely have been benefiting from a scholarship, but they didn't give me one because I'm not black or Hispanic. Okay, well, we're featured because we draw a lot of views. Thank you for question guest 621. I took a vow of poverty in 1978 when I was rejected by these universities. I couldn't believe it. I was the #1 student in my class of 770 students, and I had a perfect GPA, and my SATs were in the top 98 percentile. But that's not where my genius is. My genius is an ability to respond to systemic flaws. I can spot errors in an inductive model. I can spot errors rather quickly. You could put two pictures together side by side, and then take one of those pictures, identical pictures, and one of those pictures put a little mark on it that's hardly noticeable. Within about 2 seconds, I can spot that mark. I'm able to spot lone wolf assassins in large groups. I can pretty much do amateur forensic assessments as well as profiling. But I can't say I'm an official profiler or I'm a forensics guy. I don't have any, no professional training whatsoever. But I'm good. I can pick a lot of weirdos out of a crowd, like right now. I can spot weirdos. Thank you, Atlantic. I love love. And you guys, I love the fact that you come in here and are becoming more aware. Yeah, they started affirmative back where I was on the heels of FBI van. I was on the heels of the Bakke decision, in which the decision was this guy was unfairly treated. My mistake was I should have sued immediately. You can smell horse crap? Well, that's because you're living in a world of crap. In fact, what was that statement from Mr. Smith of The Matrix? It's the stench, Mr. Anderson. The smell of fear, Mr. Anderson. The smell of humanity. Oh, sorry. I digress. Yeah, I went to Occidental and I went to the orientation. I didn't go to the school, but I went to the school's orientation. And I noticed that the Career Center had a large sign on it right in the middle of it in 1977 that said, the CIA is hiring, in bold print, and that they wanted people that could speak Indonesian, Farsi, or any Middle Eastern dialect. And I'm talking about a 4-foot sign. Well, your chat is getting stale. I'm going to go ahead and ban you. And it's not comedy. I'm not a comedian. This is humor, okay? Political humor and chat and interactive chat. I'm not a comedian. You got me pegged for some guy like Max Headroom or something.
Dave is a convert to being pro-gun, 5225.
So you can imagine Barack Obama at Occidental, in his pot smoking, crack smoking days, having a C- average, going, I speak Indonesian. Well, let's be clear.
Go ahead. Can you ask it again? 9642. Oh, sorry. You had to repeat that.
Mm-hmm. A big question came in. What will you do with public education? Well, we want to make sure that the administrative costs don't drain it. So even at the Department of Energy, I'm going to make some massive cuts, and we're going to get only people that can create curriculum, learning tools, kits, solar kits, wind power kits, online learning modules. Those are the people that keep their job at the Department of Energy. We're not going to make an overtaking system that tells the states what to do. But unlike Jeb Bush, who says that we shouldn't be involved in curriculum, I think that's exactly what we should do, is develop low-cost curriculum and just send it out to all the states and say, hey, go for it. Let's teach robotics to kids. Let's teach about solar panels and all the new potential growth industries like the IT sector, programming, coding. These are the things that will make our kids competitive in the future. So we need to de-emphasize testing and re-emphasize motivation and getting kids their intrinsic motivation and finding people a job in life that works. Now we have a great incentive plan for our education. We know that kids love to get rewards, so we have a plan that will integrate into 4th grade at the federal level, where money will go into a special scholarship organization where they can have cash value when they graduate from high school with good scores. So if you get above a 95 on a test, you'll be able to get some scholarship money to log into your scholarship fund. Now, had I had that, I would have walked out of my high school year with about $50,000. Seriously. I was above 95% in every one of my classes. Anyway, that's an incentive for people to actually do something. And when you graduate from high school, you'll be able to actually cash out and start a business. We'll have a cash value. I'm not hurting anybody because I'm so confident in the truth that I'm spewing, okay? This is kind of pathetic that you should even you find fault in all the wrong places. And to call me a person BSing you when I'm coming up with solution after solution to save this nation, it's an atrocity. You're doing a disservice to the chat room by coming into it. And I don't mean you guys. I mean just that one guest I banned. I'm so much better than everybody. Thank you so much, 1488. Hey, I'm going to step out and just kind of get some fresh air. You can meet Sarah. She's a wonderful vice presidential choice for this upcoming election. She's perhaps the most intelligent, logical woman I have met in some time. You guys would be very, very it would benefit you greatly if you gave her some time and understood her position. Now, she is an expert on education, being she's a teacher. And if you want to question any of her policies, feel free, anything you want. Sarah is not oppressed. Go away. Yeah. We've worked together on this plan for some time, and you know, I early in the show, you guys heard me talk about our situation last night. We actually worked out our problems. We gained some ground last night. We had a nice long conversation. In no way do I ask any of you guys to believe any conspiracy theories, and I don't ask Sarah either. So I want all of you to give her a chance, okay? So let's get started, and we'll talk to the future, possibly president, definitely vice president of the United States.
Okay, so a question, Chicago Night. I hope that I wrote to you, that I explained to you why I personally think the reason for school buses not having seatbelts. By the way, all bus drivers have seatbelts. School bus drivers have seatbelts. They actually go through a little spiel when they take kids on at least on field trips about, and here's my seatbelt cutter to cut me out in case there's an emergency. But none of the kids have seatbelts. And so I think that the reason that the students don't have seatbelts is because it becomes a liability issue, that if all the kids were belted in, then there was some kind of accident, a kid got hurt, and say because the kid didn't put on his seatbelt, they would blame the bus driver for not checking every kid to have a seatbelt on. And really, the bus drivers do not have the time to check every single student to have put the seatbelts on. Well, American Panther, maybe I should not have been disrespectful of David. David has certain beliefs, and I mean, I'm sure it's a little disrespectful to roll my eyes when I don't believe in what David is saying, but that's okay. Anyway, like David said, we had a good long discussion, and we're committed to each other, so that's all good. There is also a hindrance to getting out of the bus in an emergency. If all the kids are belted and there is an emergency situation and they had to cut all of the seatbelts for all of the students, that's another issue. Exactly. Hillary Clinton had a $600 haircut. Okay, $600 haircut. Do I believe in communism? What I believe in is the United States of America. I believe in capitalism. I do believe that the government should compete in the free market, compete in the capitalist market. What's our view on genetically modified crops? Do you believe they are good because it helps reduce famine, and that many countries are hungry, many countries that are in hunger, especially Africa? Please answer this. You're great. Well, David does not like genetically modified organisms because he believes that it can lead to, David believes that chemtrails can lead to cancer, I personally, I tend to agree. I tend to go with what you said, that sometimes genetically modified organisms can help reduce hunger situation. So it's, anyway. No, Xanatrell, David has never ever hit me. Do I believe spontaneity has its time and place? I believe spontaneity should be spontaneous by definition. Those could be stuck in a down position if kids were in an accident. That someone said, well, what about those little bars that keep kids in place on roller coasters? What about doing that on a school bus? But what if those got crashed and then the kids are stuck in a position like that? And that would be a problem. David and I are not married. However, we've been together for a very long time. What do we think about pot legalization? David wants to legalize marijuana. I myself will never smoke it or do anything with it, ingest it in any way, shape, or form unless a doctor requires me to do so. Now, another question, what you asked about, what do we think about abortion? David believes in a first trimester law, so that people that are going to have an abortion need to have it done in the first trimester. Today you got a sick at an A+ buffet and wasted lots of protein filled chicken, beef, and crab. Oh. So some people threw away your food and some kid died today of hunger somewhere. I was just listening to a little book about Jeffrey Sachs. He's trying to prevent poverty worldwide. IRS used instant messaging system to hide internal communications. Interesting. David doesn't have any cocaine or cocaine accessories. What type of car did David buy me? 2001 Honda Insight. Automatic with a CVT transmission, so continuous variable transition. Okay, I can roll my eyes at you. Like that. That's how I roll my eyes. Did you get that? I did not see the videos. Bad Doggy say abortion for convenience will be illegal, much like 19th century slavery became illegal. Thanks, hey. Alright, why do I think plea bargaining is a thing? Why is it okay for people to murder and then say, nah, I ain't do that? And then they get off without dying. So, there was a case here. I don't believe in plea bargaining when it comes to murder. However, I will talk about why it exists as it does. I mean, there was a case here in Washington State where there was a gentleman, they called him the Green River Killer, who was not suicide. He was a serial killer, and they did give him a plea bargain to have life in prison rather than the death penalty. I personally believe in the death penalty. And when you, with the death penalty, the reason they gave him life in prison is because he said, well, if you give me life in prison, then I will let you know about as many of the dump sites as I could. I mean, this guy killed probably, there's so many women. So they wanted to give supposedly the statement was they wanted to give the family, like, peace if they could find their children. Free KEKS. I already answered that question. Thank you. Atlantic said, Sarah, you're an intelligent and considerate lady and a credit to America. I don't think cuckolding is a good thing. I mean, at least not in my relationship. Chet's rude AF, maybe. Anyway, Chet, the thing about the death penalty costing more than giving someone life in prison is actually, in my opinion, a fallacy. I did read the information about that. I did the research, and basically the reason, let's go to the reasoning why it costs more to give someone the death penalty than life in prison. The reason is because, people that have the death penalty have so many appeals that they can go through rather than someone who has the life in prison. So it's all of the appeals process is what, and all of the legal issue costs is why it costs a lot of money. If they had one appeal to a federal court and that's it, they went straight, if you were given life in prison and you had one appeal, it would not cost that much money to go through that process. You roll your eyes all the time for no reason, like, okay, Melvin, I think that why don't you enumerate all of the things that people have done to you? It might make you actually feel better. Free, I don't agree with you. I believe Hitler was a bad person, and I think there was, I don't know if it was brainwashing the Germans into going into creating the Holocaust, but I don't think it was very good. What problem is that, Atlantic? I don't see a problem. I mean, there's a problem with, I would say that there's a problem with people not having enough housing. You would create quite some scenery, Meow TV 2. All of that cleanup. But, good point. They used to do death penalty as like a shooting. Like they did a firing squad, and the reason they did firing squad is that it supposedly let the people who did the firing feel better about themselves because they didn't know who shot the bullet that killed the person. David went to get some coffee. You're funny, Chemtrail Pilot. The plumber, I think that Hitler was a bad person. That's an interesting thing, Meow TV 2. Okay. Thanks. My show from last night got a lot of views on YouTube. Thank you very much. I'm so glad it did. Okay, Sarah Smart. That's pretty interesting. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I know the issue with, they keep going with the idea of all these like drugs to administer the death penalty because they say something about cruel, it's supposed to be protection from cruel and unusual punishment, which I kind of think is ridiculous. I should read the comments. Lots of people engaged and chimed in. I have a feeling like a lot of you, I haven't read the comments, so just a little suspicious that it's all troll activity, but maybe I'd be happily surprised by it, huh? I have a suspicion. Can I? Well, you just posted it, Tomato Girl. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, it's all good. All right, there should be an official definition of cruel and unusual. Keeping someone alive that has been sentenced to death could be considered cruel and unusual. Yeah. Nine gag? I haven't heard of that particular chat troll area yet. I've never heard of that until tonight. Thank you. Oh, does Tomato Girl flirt with David when I'm not here? I'm glad he has someone else to keep him company. That's good. What are my views on the death penalty, focusing on how they do it? There are many ways they administer this practice, such as lethal injection, but the thing that gets you is the electric chair. It seems so painful. Why would they do it? You should do firing squad or maybe lethal injection because it's quick and or painless. I tend to agree with that. Especially if you, I watched a documentary about Tesla and Edison, and how Edison was so against Tesla that he tried to use Tesla's electricity, alternating current, to try to do a electric chair, and how it didn't work. That was pretty interesting. That was horrific, in fact. I'll answer your question, American Patriots. You would have to go out and collect all of the signatures to make that happen. Get whoever you want to be on the ballot, you would have to go and get all the signatures to get that person on the ballot. So, that's a lot of work. You think you saw that documentary, Icon Vote? Yeah, it was quite interesting. I like watching documentaries. I saw a really good documentary. I thought it was good. I don't know if David would like it. It was called The Men Who Built America. And that was, but don't promote it in here, American Patriot. At least you can promote it here right now, but not when David's here. Because you know what'll happen. He'll say you're promoting another candidate besides him, and then he'll ban you from the room. You can go back. At one point, David did put a shoe on his head. I'm sure you can find that picture on the internet somewhere. Can jet fuel melt steel beams? It all depends on how hot the jet fuel gets. And I have to say this, Juso, is that after 9/11, this is Sarah, anti-conspiracy theorist here talking, after 9/11, they did use thermite to cut the steel beams, to haul them away. Oh, then thermite was found at the scene, probably because it was used to cut the steel beams that were when they were doing the cleanup process. No, I don't drink any wine. Mercury News, 3 executions gone wrong, details lethal injections in Arizona. Okay. Was 9/11 an inside job? That's a real good question. I would say that there was a lot of there's a lot of hinky stuff that happened with 9/11. And I think all of the information should be put out for the public, and they can continue to research it. Thanks, American. When does the 9/11 truth part of tonight's chat video lineup begin in earnest? Should I actually do research? Because then I kind of feel like if I start researching on the internet, it's just all the people that have created what they believe. Sarah, do you believe the politicians should keep the talk as tiny as possible, like the Chans of China who were on Fox 4 News today? I like tiny houses. American Panther. And you know you guys are always welcome in my room. Let's Google that question. I don't know. Can jet fuel melt steel beams? Can jet fuel melt steel beams? No kerosene, according to Popular Mechanics, debunking the 9/11 myths special report. No kerosene fire can burn hot enough to melt steel. The posting entitled Proof of Controlled Jet Fuel Burns Proof of Controlled Demolition at the WTC. Jet fuel burns at 800 to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. Not hot enough to melt steel. To melt steel, it would be 2,750 degrees Fahrenheit. That was in April 7th, 2010. So let's do this. Let's look at this. I like Popular Mechanics. I'll give you guys the link. Hi Convo, you say unless it pulls and is sitting for a long time? The following content is from an in-depth investigation of the conspiracy theories surrounding the attacks of 9/11, which was published in the March 2005 issue of Popular Mechanics. That cover story was expanded and published in August 2006 as a book titled Debunking 9/11 Myths. The fully revised and updated 2011 edition of the book is on sale now. Okay, so White's plane, the first hijacked plane, crashed through the 94th to the 98th floors of the World Trade Center's 110-story North Tower. The second jet slammed into the 78th to the 84th floors of the 110-story South Tower. The impact and ensuing fires disrupted elevator service in both buildings, plus the lobbies of both buildings were visibly damaged before the towers collapsed. There's no way the impact of the jet caused such widespread damage 80 stories below, claims a posting on the San Diego Independent Media Center website. It is obvious and irrefutable that other explosives, such as concussion bombs, had already been detonated in the lower levels of the tower. at the same time of the plane crash. So that's the claim. Let's look at what Popular Mechanics says is a fact. Following up on a May 2002 preliminary report by the Federal Emergency Management Act, FEMA, a major study will be released in spring 2005 by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, a branch of the U.S. Department of Commerce. NIST shared its initial findings with PM Popular Mechanics and made its lead researcher available to our team of reporters. This investigation revealed that plane debris sliced through utility shafts at the North Tower's core, creating a conduit for burning jet fuel and fiery destruction throughout the building. It's very hard to document where the fuel went, said Foreman Williams, an NIST advisor and combustion expert. But if it's atomized and combustible and gets into an ignition source, it'll go off. So maybe jet fuel by itself cannot melt steel, but perhaps mixed with some other thing they could melt steel. Hello, Sammys. And totally bogus, you say the World Trade Center was designed to take a direct hit by a plane that size. No, the largest plane at the time was small. When the World Trade Center was built, was smaller than the planes that hit it. Okay, still too lazy to sign up. Maybe I'll do that tonight. All right. So some of them said that the elevators crashed to the grounds. All right, melted steel. All right, here the claim is that we've been lied to, that the no kerosene fire can burn hot enough to melt steel. Now, fact, jet fuel burns at 800 to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, not hot enough to melt steel. That's the Popular Mechanics. However, experts agree that for the towers to collapse, their steel frames didn't need to melt. They just had to lose some of their structural strength. And that required exposure to much less heat, so they didn't have to completely melt. I've never seen melted steel in a building fire, said retired New York Deputy Fire Chief Vincent Dunn. Okay. But he's seen lots of twisted, warped, bent, and sagging steel. The steel tries to expand at both ends, but when it can no longer expand, it sags and the surrounding concrete cracks. Steel loses about 50% of its strength at 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and jet fuel can get up to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. So, and at 1800 degrees is probably less than 10%. So, the NIST believes a great deal of the spray on fireproofing insulation was likely knocked off the steel beams that were in the path of the crashing jets, leaving the metal more vulnerable to the heat. But jet fuel wasn't the only thing burning. Even though the jet fuel was the catalyst, the resulting inferno was intensified by combustible material inside the buildings. Pockets of fire hit 1832 degrees Fahrenheit. The jet fuel was the ignition source. It burned for maybe 10 minutes, and the towers were still standing in 10 minutes. But there was other stuff that continued to burn afterwards that they believe was responsible for the heat transfer. The 69-degree cuts, in my opinion, could have been done after the building collapsed. That's what I believe, because they did go in and they cut the steel afterwards. Okay, now I'm looking at yours. Let me use one of your other 30 screen names, Stravos. Can vaccines cause autism? That is actually a very interesting question. The vaccines causing autism. David just recently has done some research on that. There were, supposedly, David said there was like 14 doctors who went missing recently. And that, oh, let's see. Let me go into the news instead of the web. Interesting, there's nothing out here. Maybe I should say 18 doctors missing or killed. Let me go here, web. Dead doctors, all news pipeline, which I'm not really in favor of. There's another thing David talked about, FAGQ or something like that. Okay, according to All News Pipeline, which I'm not really, it tends to be a conspiracy theory site, but okay, so there might be some more information on this. They said dead doctors, 8 dead and disappeared. Our medicine's finest being assassinated, the shocking links. So there was an update. 6 dead in 30 days, multiple missing doctors, and a possible cover-up on 3 supposedly cover-up. 3 were supposedly found dead in Mexico. Alright, and one was Deborah Dupree, Dr. Patrick Fitzpatrick, and he went missing. Dr. Jeffrey Whiteside in Wisconsin went missing. And there was a second doctor, also holistic and anti-vaccine advocacy, is Dr. Bruce Hedenfield, a Boca Raton area. David knows more about this issue than I do, so I'm going to let him talk about the missing doctors and autism.
Yeah, there's 14.
Do vaccines cause autism?
They do, yeah. They believe that vaccines cause autism, but more importantly, they believe that vaccines actually had elements in that caused cancer. And that's the real shocker. And that these doctors were actually developing a cure. And they have been curing people of cancer. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about this. I'll be right back. I want to get a book real quick. Hang on.
I want to know what the New Jersey one says. Okay. Shrek, you say, last week a household name in sports entertainment, Hulk Hogan, was fired by World Wrestling Entertainment for using the N-word in a leaked video from years ago before he was under contract with them. Wow. Yet the president in an interview only a few weeks ago couldn't say it without any backlash. I wonder what the context of it was, Shrek, though. That's my only issue.
Using the N-word? Well, I don't understand. When Barack Obama used the N-word on a podcast last week, I don't understand that.
That's what Shrek was saying. Anyway.
Okay, let's take a look here. Looks like a nice new book, right? You think it'd be very relevant today? The cancer industry. And it talks about the cancer industry, how they make a lot of money on chemo and radiation. You or your family or mom and dad or whatever may have to go through dealing with the cancer industry. I've got first-hand personal encounters with the cancer industry, oncology divisions of various hospitals, because I helped my parents through some tough times. We bought this book, and it was originally published in 1980. Seriously, they've been talking about how the government is protecting an industry that makes tons of money on you. Now, these 14 doctors may very well have found a cure for cancer, and I mean a cure, because basically all cancer cells have one thing in common: a certain protein that actually your body develops in order to stop cancer. And we're always fighting cancer in our bodies right now. Well, they decided to synthesize this company, and they're selling it as a vitamin. And all these 14 doctors are interspersed and connected to that common thread, this company that's making a cure for cancer that's a vitamin. Now, I'm not here to promote any of that.
What's the name of the vitamin?
Well, that's in a video that I have on the cancer industry. I'd like to just give everybody a link to it.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Well, I have heard, free person, that there was Ebola. Basically, there was a company, it's not Bill Nye the Science Guy, but there was a company who actually filed for a request to do testing of an Ebola vaccine on humans before Ebola became an issue in Africa.
Right.
We do know that oftentimes they go and vaccinate people in Africa, and sometimes that could provide them with their human subjects.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we don't know. And, Obama's embraced 14 Ebola victims have been coming into our country, and no one even talks about it. It's bizarre. So why would we bring Ebola into our country? Why would we continue to push vaccines that, and I want to make sure everyone knows that I do support the idea of vaccinating children at the age of 10 of the main key vaccines. But I'd like to see modification in the kind of material they use for the colloidal suspension, the thing that holds the vaccine in place. And there's no reason why we'd want to put mercury in there. Anyway, these doctors developed a plan to create a particular product, and I can tell you what it is. But I'd rather give you a link. It blocks something that is common in cancer cells, which is a nepalase. A nepalase protein synthesis, which basically takes down all our cells. They found something that would actually intercept that, and it's something our body naturally creates. And they literally found the key to cracking the cancer puzzle. But we've got a lot of people dead now. I mean, these are nice people, folks. I don't want you to realize this is it. The FDA started shutting down the company because they claimed it was a vitamin, and they're claiming it's more likely a drug. So the FDA always bounces back and forth between holistic providers and drug companies, and they've cracked down on people related to these dead people. This is just 4 weeks. Over the long period, 5 more go missing. There's a lot more. There's 14 total. I'm going to get you the name of it's GFAC, but GAFAC, but I don't have the specific site. I want you to be able to read about it. So I'm still doing some research on my own here. Yeah, don't roll your eyes, man. Yeah, not at me, man. Don't roll your eyes. Now, Sarah can roll her eyes. Anybody can roll her eyes on this show, and we had a good conversation last night about that. I just needed to know, because I need to know where I'm coming from during the show. I can't always watch myself and say, oh, yeah, sure. There we are. So I'm going to do a little research. Sarah can come in and talk for a bit while I pull up some data. I had been in history doing this. I'm looking at some of the history I have, because I don't know.
They have the new emoticon for me, the rolling eyes emoticon.
Oh, they do? Really? Where is it? Thank you for the flower. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Where is the Ethica? Exactly, it's very scary.
I just have to say, David has over 9,000.
What's that? 9,000 what?
Does it matter?
Yeah, really. Pencils?
Hours, maybe?
Oh yeah, we've done almost 7,000 hours broadcasting. It's kind of cool. Okay. Here's a video that I watched. You guys can watch it yourself. The real reason why holistic doctors are dying.
Quick things before we blow the lid off of this. Really, I mean, this is huge, super huge story right here. A few disclaimers here that I want to make before we begin. One, this presentation is for alternative news purposes only.
Awesome,
I
Alex.
am not
Thank
practicing
you.
medicine, nor am I giving anybody medical
Let's hope it
advice
continues.
whatsoever. Okay? Two, you all know me how I conduct my investigations. If I believe that there is no chance for any person that I talk to of being harmed from talking to me,
Thanks
I
for
tend
putting out
to
those
share
tricks.
those phone calls with you all, right?
Chemtrail pilot.
I
don't know
cannot
what
do this
that
in
was.
this instance. Body, right?
Right?
So what they were,
Right?
some of them have,
Right?
Right?
That's common now. Everyone says it. Right? Right? It's uptalk. It's called uptalk.
CM body, right?
Right?
So what they were finding is that this,
Okay. Right? Okay, here it is. These are the products they're talking about. The GCMAF treatment of cancer, autism, and inflammation of viral and bacterial disease. This is a product that they've developed, a GCMAF system that they believe is a vitamin, and the FDA is saying, no, this is a drug, and they're trying to shut this company down. And they're coming down hard, and ironically, all the people that are being investigated by the FDA are dying. This is incredibly irritating, especially if you have a family member who's died of cancer or if you yourself are battling cancer. So he's laid it all out in that link that I just sent you. You guys really should look into this, seriously. Read it, watch it. It's 26 minutes. I'll play it for you later tonight after our 9/11 investigation show. We'll play a little of this, a little of that. We're trying to get to the truth about the cure for cancer. Really. That's what we're trying to get to. And if these people have it and they've already identified it, basically what's happening is people who are getting autism, people who are getting any kind of Alzheimer's disease, like Grandpa, oh, I forgot. Well, I don't remember going to the Alzheimer's clinic. Nancy, did we go to the Alzheimer's clinic? Poor Ronnie, he doesn't remember he went to the Alzheimer's clinic. You know, this is kind of serious stuff. Your family could be like that. All right. So, middlemen making money on the cancer industry. I rest my case. This book's been around since 1980, folks. It's available on Amazon right now in replicate. But this is exactly what they talked about literally 35 years ago. Can you believe this? You think President LBJ hired Lee Harvey to kill? You know, I believe that LBJ, thank you, Freakex. I believe that LBJ knew, and I have ample evidence to confirm that. And no, I'm not going bald, but thank you for asking. I'm kind of proud of my hair, actually. Not many people have a head of hair when they get to be my age.
So, according to Natural News, 3 days before Dr. Bradstreet was found dead in a river, U.S. government agents raided his research.
Okay, they raided his research. Dr. Bradstreet is the key issue here. I don't know, Jews. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, but please don't keep pasting it. You know, that's tantamount to, which is another word for equivalent.
So it's a vitamin D binding protein?
To spamming. Yeah.
Microphage?
Yeah, it's a vitamin D binding
Activating
protein.
Factor.
There's a lot of things that make vitamin D an
I would just say
antiviral.
more people need to
Add vitamin D.
add vitamin
Yeah.
D. I need to take more vitamin D.
Vitamin D. Now that's something you can't get arrested or killed for, okay?
Juso, the answer to your question, in my opinion, is no.
Did it destroy your presidential campaign? Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, just don't run. Don't run for president if it destroyed it. We know you're pale as beep. Are you talking about me? You call me pale face, man? What you doing, man? Talking to me about it? He just dissed me. He called me paleface. Can you believe this? Let me look. I'm going to say
No! 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 No!
Well, we live in Washington State, so it's easily to be vitamin D deficient. He was just saying if you don't get enough sun, then you usually don't have enough vitamin D. That's why people in the Pacific Northwest, like where we live, have to take vitamin D supplements.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I
there
look like
actually is some.
We'll make no mistake about it. Go ahead. Sure.
What is it? It's not rickets, but it's
You're not Michelle either. Go ahead. Sure.
There's some theory that remember I was telling you my doctor said that there's a theory about vitamin D deficiency causing a certain disease that's pretty common in the Pacific Northwest, more common than other places.
I'm not recommending vitamin D. I just said vitamin D in the room. Did you see me recommending anything here? There's a very fine line between recommending things and just talking about things. But thank you.
Well, you can always go see your doctor and ask them to do a full blood test and ask them what vitamins you're deficient in.
I don't take any pills. I'm living on a daily diet of organic food integrated with high protein paleo diet. We talked about my diet. It's kind of like an omnivore diet, but it's a paleo diet slash...
David just eats whatever.
I eat whatever my
The
body
older the better.
tells me. If my body says, David, do you want to have a pastry?
No!
David, do you want to have ice cream?
No!
Do you want to have peanut butter?
No!
Do you want to have
That looked painful to
extra
you.
bowls of cereal at 2 in the morning?
No!
Even though you do.
Even though I really do. It's my crutch is cereal at 2 in the morning. I crave vitamin B6 at 2 in the morning because usually I'm digesting my diet of mixed proteins, which I can get from roadkill or even a fine buffet.
I believe that we need to stop sending money to all these other countries. We need to focus on America first.
I agree. America first,
Pay
yeah.
Americans first.
Let's bring that in, everybody.
And
This is...
also, that means stop sending money to all these other countries.
I wanted to tell you guys that if we do this, we're going to save probably 20 to 30 billion on the budget.
That was almost funny. Almost that funny. Said maybe your paleo diet's making you pale.
That is almost... That's wordplay. You like that?
Wordplay. Sarah loves the wordplay.
So we came up with this concept called Pay Americans First on our site, and it is pretty cool. Unlike Donald Trump, who really just wants to alienate Mexicans, we want to actually just make sure that we pay Americans first, and then we can sort out all kinds of other alternatives. Like, we will make sure that all the local food banks are replete with tons of refried beans and tortillas. You have no idea how many refried beans and tortillas are thrown out every year in America. So I'm sure that people who are illegal aliens coming from Mexico will definitely have plenty of food. And I mean, lots of good stuff like Jalisco, jalapeno, many tomatoes in cans. I mean, there's going to be a lot of good stuff. So if you're Hispanic origin and you're wondering, well, I don't want to lose my food stamps, you're going to have plenty of food. Don't worry. But we can't afford to pay for you in case you were a non-U.S. citizen. But if you're an American citizen, of course, you're an American citizen. You qualify for food stamps. And we're going to make sure that everybody in America, every citizen, gets a chance to get food stamps if they want.
Okay, so Scissor Fight, he's linked this quite a few times. He's very passionate about this story.
Yeah,
He
sure.
says the video of police killing a gentleman in Cincinnati named Sam Dubose is apparently so bad that the Cincinnati is preparing for riots. It was all caught on tape.
Oh, my goodness, this is crazy. Well, I'd like to see this story then. The Sam Dubose is apparently so bad, the video of police killing, Cincinnati is preparing for riots. Is this some sort of a frequent false flag hit where they kill innocent people? Because the number of deaths, the brutality in America is huge right now. 631 known police deaths of unarmed citizens or non-citizens. Hey, I don't believe, brainwashed Goy, I'm not going to give amnesty for all. Sorry, I just refuse. I'm not going to cave in to the Democratic commie liberal lobby and want to, no. If you're going to buy votes that way, that's the lowest form of politics. You Democrats and communists ought to just go have a little circle gathering. Maybe a little satanic circle gathering of all your leftist ideologues. Thank you. Have a little black mass where you can worship Lucifer or the UN or your global world government. Screw you. You can't take our country away from us. I want to make sure Americans get paid first, okay? Oh, good. Hard-hitting shows like Get a Reaction. Okay, good. I'm going to try to get more hard-hitting every night. Thank you, Allied. Appreciate it. David, the USA recently stated they're training troops to go fight on ISIS grounds. What will happen? What is your views? If you're president, would you stop this? Yes. I'm going to be making one phone call. Oh, by the way, we do have phones. Very little battery power if you're planning on calling us tonight. Oh, have we been running that phone for the past 2 days on dial tone? We better check our dial tone because we could be missing calls here. I better check my service.
Here,
wow.
I'll check your service. Really check.
Yeah. All right. No, it's not. There's no Nazi ties to the name Sponheim. No.
So
not that I know of. If there was, I have no knowledge of that. Hang on, we got to ban somebody here. I could use the touchscreen, but it's difficult to ban people when you do that. Okay. We had to take Tutsi out because we knew that he was some sort of a weird cuckold or somebody. He had a fantasy. We didn't want that in our room. All right, how many tokens for private show?
That's not the way it works here, people.
This isn't Chatterbait or whatever those shows are. This is a real live show.
Just live. We're modest. We always will be modest.
Okay, I talked to the CIA. Jimmy's here. Okay, Jimmy, what's up? What's your question? Jimmy? It's going good, man. What's going on, man? Okay, go ahead. My opinion on Israel. Go ahead. Well, I do support the idea of a state of Israel, but I don't support a Zionist take over the world. Okay? Big difference, in my opinion. I don't want expansionistic policies emanating from Israel to penetrate our government. I will not accept money from AIPAC at all, ever. And I will work toward getting humanitarian rights under check using economic sanctions. Now, Israel has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement, meaning that they claim they don't have nuclear weapons. That's an article of contention, and I know Iran is a little bit concerned about that too. Not that I'm in favor of giving Iran any more wiggle room. I'm against this agreement that is currently being proposed. But at the same time, frankly, Iran wants a nuclear weapon, obviously. They won't admit it. But Israel does have nuclear weapons, so we definitely want to make sure that they sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement. And if they don't, they may seek major cuts in funding. Okay.
Thank you, Fred Stiles.
Yeah, definitely, man. I agree 100%. Thanks for taking the call.
You got it. Great call. Thank you. Take care. Call anytime. All right. So these are questions that a lot of people have on their mind. They don't want to, kowtow to the Israeli lobby. They don't want to cave in to Israel, but at the same time, they want to open a door to solving problems. And we would definitely use Israel as an ally in that area if they want to work with us. Now, I won't call them and say we're going to take their planes out if they were to launch an attack, a conventional war against Iran. But in case you didn't know, Netanyahu's been above board about this, that he definitely wants to launch a conventional war against Iran. Barack Obama completely nullified him, and there's talk on the backside of Washington, D.C. and the Beltway that maybe Obama was pressuring Netanyahu by saying that we'll strike him, an ally, mind you. Now, this is all back talk behind the scenes. No one can confirm this. But we would never, ever threaten Israel if they were to attack Iran under my presidency. That much I could tell you.
Solar panels at $2 a watt. That's what we would work toward. Or less. Actually, David would like to get them down to $1 a watt.
Yeah, I think mass production of solar panels is on board. Sarah and I are going to be experimenting with a couple designs. We're going to try to play around with some generating induction fields and try to pull in energy from a couple different low-cost solutions. I'm trying to scale something down really cheap, so working with real materials and trying to create a solution that'll be like a carpet that you can roll out on every rooftop. Now, right now, you can't do that with solar panels. And we found out from the Solar Fest that, you know those shingles you guys have seen where they have solar shingles on roofs? They're not necessarily functioning very well. So they haven't been very popular. So solar shingles are kind of like out the door, because the problem is they get really hot. And Sarah and I have a couple ideas we're going to work with, and thanks to some solutions that Scissor Fight came up with, we're going to try to play around and try to generate some solar carpeting. Seriously, that's our goal. We're going to start tinkering, because I'm tired of waiting for venture capitalists to come up with solutions for this country. I seriously am. Yeah. Inductive solar reasoning, I like that. All right, so I was going to say that if I got a call from, or to the CIA, for instance, said, hey, guys, I'm going to pick a director here, but I want you to be on board with ending all funding of mercenary operations in Jordan.
Do so.
I said no!
If Canada wanted to become a state, there's a way for them to do that in the Constitution. It's not for us to make them a state. Does marijuana stabilize the economy of the IS? Of the U.S. free, I think you are asking. Thank you, Mexicans.
Yes, definitely.
For supporting David.
The U.S. Marijuana stabilizes our economy and actually pulls revenue out of the drug cartels down in Mexico. 75% of the revenue that drug cartels get in Mexico and south of Mexico is coming from marijuana sales, ironically. So by legalizing it here in the U.S. and making it illegal to import marijuana, we're going to see a vast change in our political perspective. And our economy is going to actually, alter as well.
Which direction would you go with? And where is the chica for energy resources? That would be great, Noble Watchman. He said, revamp the police department, make peace officers, not street commandos.
Yeah, there you go. I have this idea of putting more cops on the beat as opposed to street cops, and the idea of traffic cops. So more cops on the beat. And, focus on building relations with communities. And have a very strong opportunity for local communities to have an ROTC program, as well as a local law enforcement program for young people in the area. Obviously we're dealing with gangs building large numbers, but ironically, by legalizing marijuana, we lower the profit margin for gangs. And they don't make as much money on the black market, ironically. So we're going to be able to bring people into legal grow operations. Young people are going to want to, make money on this. It's going to kind of pull the teeth out of the gang power structure.
I would love to do so, Juso. Make prostitution legal.
Is that the pen? Let me see.
No, I messed it up.
Oh my God.
Oh, it fell off.
Oh, she's disassembled. We lost the no button. The no thing. It's not working. Oh no.
It just unscrewed itself.
Okay. I'm having a no come down. I know. Not having the no tool is really very powerful. No. My sister got that for Sarah, for her classroom experience, so that whenever she's in the class and she can save her voice, no. No.
Okay, I fixed it.
Isn't it an unpopular party? No, of course not. Where are you directing people?
Here.
Is it here you're directing people? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're getting more popular. I think people are realizing that the two parties have failed. The truth is they have not built a budget for the past 5 years.
American Panther makes a good point. Without a third party, America is doomed to be enslaved by the corporations.
I know. If we could have the kind of quorum of people building this party, like you guys right now, in a public area where a convention could take place, where we could mold policy and we could build our internal bylaws, there's no limit to how we can mold this. We're almost at the beginning of a pre-constitutional stage for our own government in some ways, because we as a third party are going to have to pass term limits which the two parties have failed to do, meaning senators will only get 2 terms, congressmen will only get 4 terms. And if we could do that, if we had enough people in government that were a member of our third party or would even agree to this, Democrats and Republicans, to term limits, if the pressure was on that they were going to lose their job to a third party candidate, they're going to sign on. They're going to go with this concept of term limits. So we got to get some political power and clout as Americans to get them to stop becoming a recycled entity for corporations to harvest from. You see, many congressmen have become prostitutes. And not literally, but prostitutes to big money and corporations. So yeah, term limits are essential. Election reform, where now let's talk about the 14th Amendment and the recent Supreme Court ruling allowing gays in every state, and your take on the election law.
I personally believe that I had this kind of revelation beforehand, but it came back around when the Supreme Court had their ruling about homosexual marriage. But basically the 14th Amendment has a statement that says there's equal protection under the law, that states cannot pass any law that does not equally protect everyone. Well, unfortunately, when people are running for president, states have passed laws that are not equally protected.
Oh, you like the sexy shirt?
There are
That's
one
it?
state could have up to 5 different laws for someone that wants to be president to get on the ballot. It's ridiculous. There could be, they say, okay, so you want to be president. You want to run for president and get on the ballot? Well, if you're a Democrat, you have to do this. If you're a Republican, you have to do this. If you want to be a minor party, you have to do this. If you want to be an independent, you have to do this. If you want to be a write-in, you have to do this. 5 laws for the same state for someone running for the same office. In my opinion, it violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
No, in fact, I would not. Stop spamming. That's your last warning, or I will ban you. Yeah, I will not make comments about other countries. I'm a non-interventionist. I'm not going to tell Ukraine how to handle their business. I'm not going to call Poroshenko and say you can't do this or that. I'm going to pull our troops out of Ukraine. We've got 60 troops training Ukrainians in an attack against Russia. We don't need to do that. We really don't. Ukraine should stand on their own 2 feet. We don't need to keep fomenting the problems in that region. What is WMATS safety? What is the safety record? I'm going to have to Google that. Thank you. Or I could just answer every question with this, like... No! Yeah, that would work. I am kind of tuned in, yeah. I got to admit, when I developed this political movement with Sarah, we dialed into a whole lot of information on the internet. And this is about the future.
Washington Metro.
Obama wants a piece of China, really? China owns Africa, yeah. Well, I don't think there's anything really to worry about with Africa or China. So, I mean, transit safety and oversight, yeah. This is an organization in Washington, the Metro. This is Washington, D.C., or our local Washington? I'm a little concerned here.
I think it's D.C.
I think it's D.C., yeah.
Yeah, Washington, D.C.
There you go, Greater Washington, D.C. Okay. Yeah, well, frankly, it's not really my problem. But I do have a plan for Africa. Thank you. Moving in, getting things done, the true voice. Thank you for that approval of me. I really hope you get in the office, David. You'll be the new kid, moving in, getting things done. I like that. Yes. Well, we're going to try to eliminate, like I said, pull the plug from the CIA's support of ISIS and ISIL forces. When Barack Obama made the unbelievable statement recently to the American people.
Brainwashed person, we're going to begin with legalizing marijuana. We may legalize other drugs if there is a...
and here it is.
supermajority.
Fall of Ramadi has galvanized the Iraqi
66% of
government.
people wanted
So
it.
with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province. Training of additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province.
Okay, you basically just heard your president support the opposition of Iraq. You just heard your president tell the exact truth. Ironically, this is one of the few times Obama spoke the truth. And it was slipped through the teleprompter. Apparently the screeners didn't get to it, but that is the truth.
I can't remember if it's 3% or 5% of the vote to get matching funds from the federal government.
Stop spamming or I will ban you from the show. Free geeks.
But that applies to the next race. So like if David got 5% of the vote nationwide, he could qualify for matching funds in the next election.
Yeah, theoretically, a third party could. Okay, somebody said, what do you do about homosexual gangs putting young boys in prostitution and selling drugs? A 3-strike law against molestation, rape, will be initiated on a federal level, but we're going to need states to approve this.
And do you believe in legalization of prostitution?
Absolutely. Decriminalization I support, simply because I don't want to send a message to young women or men to become prostitutes as a career option. I don't want to make that statement. I want to make sure they know that we're not going to just eliminate state laws against prostitution, so it could still be illegal at the state level. But we want to decriminalize it, and that kind of lowers the bar for anybody who wants to get an STD test. So if you have a prostitution ring going on, or you yourself are a prostitute, and you agree with that, Das Radish, good, thank you. All right, so lots of things need to be kind of tweaked to get our country on the right track, but obviously a third party is not just a Donald Trump expression. We've been working on this for 7 years. All of these plans, the legalization of marijuana, dovetail into our plan for growth industries and small business, lower regulations on small business so that you could grow medicinals, produce hemp products. The truth is, hemp is right now being allowed for research purposes only, but mass production of hemp will be on track and online in the next 2 to 5 years. So we're going to see hempoline integrated into our societies. We may have gotten a donation. Cool. Thank you. Hempoline will be integrated into our society's system. Need the board. Okay, thank you.
Wait.
I need the board. I'm doing a show.
Email.
I know.
Because you're doing a show.
I'm doing a show right now, so it's part of.
There's an email that's come in.
Is it immediate? You have to respond to it. I mean, right this second. I don't know. Oh, okay. Thank you.
I would say probably.
Okay. I'll let it go back to you. Look at this statistic. Thank you. Got it. 400,000 people die a year of tobacco-related deaths. 100,000 alcohol. I mean, even aspirin is killing 500 people, but marijuana has never, ever hurt anybody. So the truth is, yeah, you just don't dig it. I know. The truth is, we are, as a nation, benefiting from recreational marijuana use and medical marijuana use now in close to 20 states. I am taking calls. Yeah, it's operators standing by. So yeah, and I know most of you guys probably want to legalize. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. Well, now iPunch is not a good, that's a really bad name. You need to get rid of that name. And I'm going to ask you to kindly ban your name. Yeah, that's just sick. It's a sick name. Yeah, that's the worst name I've ever seen. God, wow. The ring is off, really? What, you broke up with your wife, Rodney? Oh, the ringer is off. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's strange. It should be on. Yeah. Would you support the no? And stop coming up with these nonsensical extremist positions. You know they're never going to be accepted by the mainstream of this country. I mean, come on. Some of you far right-winger and you super leftists, you communists, you just don't belong here. You should go vote respectively in your right-wing Republican or your left-wing commie Democrat party. Really. We're centrists here. Well, he can go ahead and, stick another foot in his mouth. I think Trump ought to have a fight with himself where he sticks his foot in his mouth. Wouldn't that be a great skit?
Shrek is asking how long ago was that happen?
The statistic?
Yeah, you stated some statistic
Did I?
Recently. Oh, I guess the marijuana statistic.
Oh, yeah, this is a 5-year-old statistic, but it still stands. Nobody's died of marijuana overdose. Not that guy on Pawn Stars. He's still alive. There was music time. Yeah, you're right. For a while, people thought that the guy on Pawn Stars had overdosed on marijuana, and it was just a media play. Somebody, come on, really. You've lost it. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, we got music. So we have a request for music to play. So we can't stop till we don't stop. We're gonna dance all night. You want to do that one?
Sure.
Okay. This is a remix from Scissor Fight.
They've already had their option to do so, Willie, and they voted against it.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
Is your phone off?
We can't stop, we can't stop.
The phone's on. Check it out.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, get it, can't stop.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim.
You getting into the dance?
Sponheim for president. Can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop.
First we hit them low, then we hit them high. Under rain, but we make it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, been head on collision. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner, piano read.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
It can't happen off. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional.
Wow.
Can't stop
Oh,
and
we gotta
won't
stop this.
We're gonna dance on.
Okay,
Hannah, just
Thank you.
use your actual phone. Don't
Hey,
try
Candy
to
Rain.
call anonymously. We no longer take anonymous phone calls.
yeah, where have you been, Candy Rain? We have been missing you. Wow, Candy Rain made her appearance tonight. Our original Sponheim girl, folks, from back east, is here in the chat room. Hello, Candy Rain. Nice to see you're back. I was thinking about you. You've been off for about a couple months, it seemed, from our show. So good to see you back. Doing stuff. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Lots of people are growing vegetables. Candy Rain's got a big garden in the backyard, and she's a kind of an expert on growing natural herbs, and she does a lot of work online selling salts. Is it? Or yeah, got good stuff. Yeah. Sarah Palin serving in a Trump administration. Really? He'd say he'd love that. Whatever. He'll say whatever to get noticed. So we can't really trust a guy who says whatever he wants. Remember, we had a guy like Barack Obama who said whatever people wanted him to say to get elected. Talented women, that's right. Very important. Brainwashed goy. Okay, what do you got? You got a real link here? R2D2?
No, let's see if we can't figure out what you are, my little friend.
Okay, that's an R2D2 thing. We're not that into it. Hidden Illuminati agenda in Star Wars. Now that's a little bit more interesting.
Probably the same thing.
Oh, it's the same thing?
I don't know. That was Star Wars that the link went to.
The link from Star Wars. Let me read other questions. Please discuss this important video. Yes, we will later. You're sidetracking us. I don't think it's that important, but I'll listen to it later. Thank you. I missed everybody, especially you. Sir Waffles. I missed you. Yeah, you're one of our strongest Canadian supporters. He's been promoting, the idea of getting people to support my TV commercial idea. $5 a spot. We put a GoFundMe page, and I think we may have gotten a fund. We're not sure. Interesting.
Already did that.
Okay, cool. Have you cut it before you got rickrolled? I didn't get rickrolled this time. Windows 10, Necron says, is possibly an NSA move. Now, we're hearing that the DirectX 12 is like twice as fast, doubles the speed of your video card. Is that the biggest come on, the Windows 10, or are there other features, like you get a direct email from the NSA saying, we have you under surveillance? I mean, what kind of benefits are there to Windows 10? Because it's an extra couple gigabytes for us, and on a computer that runs Windows 7, we've got a little laptop, I couldn't even open up the browser. I've got 4 gigabytes of RAM. 2 of it would go toward the Windows 10 program, I'm sure.
Leroy, we do not accept donations from any foreigners. If you're a U.S. citizen living abroad, you can donate. However, if you're just a foreigner, you can't donate money. However, you can always contact media for us or spread our message online.
Yep.
Do commenting on any article that you see. If you see an article about another presidential candidate running, go into their comment section and type, the candidate that you should really check out is David Sponheim. He's running under America's Third Party. Those are the kinds of things that you can do to promote us.
Absolutely. Somebody said, when does the 9/11 show start? Right now.
About $3,000, Leroy.
This is exactly what we've been telling you. All we got were 15 frames from the FBI showing the Pentagon being hit. And this is something that is going to have to change. I want full oversight and an investigation into the 9/11 Commission report, because I don't believe that this is a 737. Sorry. I have reasonable belief that this is a missile, and that would raise a huge question. How did our enemies get a missile? So we want to open up an independent investigation into the 9/11 attack. Thank you. It was definitely a missile, I'm pretty sure. Ringer is not off for any of you people with a real message. Like Hannah, if you get a real telephone number and call me, you will be able to get through. Sarah put a measure in, like she was saying.
I did put a few people on my band numbers list, but you can always send me an email with your phone number.
Mr. Shaved, please don't spam your personal problems. Make sure you talk about a question here, because we really want to get to the truth here. We have a plan to pay Americans first. Donald Trump doesn't have that plan. We want to make sure non-U.S. citizens do not get food stamps, welfare, or Section 8 housing. I'm serious. It's going to save our country the money that we need to get people who really do need help, like our veterans, the kind of help they need, or citizens of the United States with a small loan. That'd be nice. And maybe everybody in here wants to get food stamps. And they may think they don't qualify, but any U.S. citizen would be qualifying for our program. We would be able to lower the amount of money we spend, giving everybody a chance to get maybe what would be a good food stamp level per month for everybody, across the board. Say kids would get an extra $20, parents would get $40. So if you have 5 kids, your total income would be probably less. You get about 150 versus 200 right now. But then other people would get 40. Would that be okay? 600? You want $600 for food stamps? Are you serious? Wow. Oma wants $600.
I don't have your digits. I don't write them down.
Are you eating lobster every night, Oma? What's your... Yeah, lobster tails every day? Veggies are expensive. We'll grow some in your backyard. Oh, yeah. Mike Huckabee is looking for his niche. He's wooing blacks in GOP primaries. Good for him. Yeah, a lot of African Americans need to get behind somebody. Mike Huckabee is really kind of interesting because he did release that criminal from the prison in Alabama who came over to Tacoma, Washington and killed 4 cops. And he was African American. So I guess Mike Huckabee is kind of an expert on African Americans, especially ones that he released from jail to kill 4 cops. Wow. Deceitful people can be strange bedfellows with the people that they deceived. Or they deceived. People have rights to shelter. Oh, they definitely. No, I'm not, believe me, I'm not cutting people back. Don't get me wrong. I'm expanding out tent cities across the country in areas that are not going to impact the private real estate industry. We're going to get fairly remote areas away from a lot of people, and we'll give compensation to any farms nearby if they have to deal with the issue. And I'm not going to use eminent domain to acquire land. I'm going to use existing federal property to do this. Mike drops the fire mixtape. I don't want to address it. Thank you. And this isn't about Mike Huckabee, so please stop talking about Mike Huckabee. And there's a standing order to not push other candidates here. So please, thank you. David, if you become president, would you pardon Edward Snowden? Yes. After 3 years of hard time at Supermax, I will pardon him. So Ed, come on home. You can't just give away state secrets and get a free ride, though, Ed. You'll get a nice cell for 3 years to think about what you did. But yeah, I can't just give him a blanket okay, but I will pardon him after 3 years. And we'll work out a deal with Chelsea Manning, but we can't pay for Chelsea Manning's sex change operation. I'm sorry. Under my presidency, I'm going to put a kibosh on that. Plus, I'm a little concerned about many people having sex change operations without going through a battery of psychological exams to determine if they're self-injurious. I mean, seriously. Can you imagine how self-injurious it would be to cut off your you-know-what, or to acquire a you-know-what, whether you're female or male? I think it's pretty serious. Self-injuriousness can be a clinical sign of psychosis. Caitlin, watch out. You better, she probably is going to get her. Okay, cocaine worth $100 million has been seized by the Royal Navy sailors off the coast of Puerto Rico. Prices of coke on the streets of the U.S. are expected to rise. Well, any of you are coke addicts? Like Plumber, are you a coke addict? Are you worried about the price of cocaine? The bright light in the video was the voice of reason. What video are you talking about? I can't track the video you're referring to. Yeah, well, there you go. Third Panty says transgenders need psychiatric help, not surgery. What bright light in the video are you talking about? This is fascinating. You are a cocaine addict? Well, I'm not going to legalize cocaine, only marijuana. No. Tent cities will help people. That's not a communist thing. Look, I know that a lot of you guys are really close to missing your monthly payment on your mortgage. I'm going to also offer a 12-month cumulative moratorium on your mortgage payment. So if you miss a payment, that's 1 month out of 12. You make your payments the next couple of months, you miss another payment, that's 2 months out of 12. So this is going to buy about 2 years of time for a lot of people facing foreclosure. And we know that they're still coming around. They're coming around the corner. Yes, they're coming. The foreclosures are coming around the corner. Yes, they. 11 million houses right now are very close to mortgage relief problems. Seriously. Obama didn't fix the problem. If you're thinking Hillary's going to do better, no, she's exactly like Obama. He's not going to fix it. She never will fix the problem. Yes, I agree. Certain housing will be free for people that qualify. Now, right now, our country takes in vouchers. We give vouchers out, but we don't take them in. We're handing out vouchers, and they go into the hands of people like Tony Rezko, the guy who got Barack Obama elected. He gave $350,000 in donations to Obama over a 5-year period, and he got $100 million in HUD money. Those are the people making a lot of money. Those are the people that are sucking off. Those are the people making a lot of money. Voucher system. So we want to make sure the vouchers have a cycle and they go back into the hands of the government.
Send it again, Rodney, because I don't.
Well, let's be clear.
Now I have IMs open. Before I didn't because I was watching you in a pop-out chat.
You sent an IM. Okay, you want to resend that because she just opened it and yeah. Dave, hey Dave, later on, could you play Inside Job? No. Do you have the link to Inside Job? Freak Nick says there's been a new released video of Cincinnati preparing for a riot. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm a little worried about it. Thank you. I'll take a look at that right now. It's horrible, really? Well, hopefully that won't happen. Baltimore was kind of like a planned event. The ARA had given Baltimore $2 billion, close to $2 billion to plan the rioting that we saw. So a lot of these fake riots that are put on by George Soros, well let's be clear. I've had a request for Barack Obama impersonations. We did get $200 million to finance operations like the Baltimore operation. You know, George Soros has put $32 million into rioting in Ferguson. I'm serious. The guy dropped $32 million in the hands of Occupy Wall Street. Oh yeah, let's start a riot. Yeah, let's do like the Democrats, create social and racial tension. They love that. Yeah, I can do. Well, I wouldn't do blackface again. I've already done 2 blackface videos, only because I was getting no exposure in the media, and I needed to impersonate Barack Obama, and I couldn't do it in whiteface. So yeah, I've been willing to do that, but I don't want to do it anymore. Thank you. We've said enough. I've got videos out there you can watch, very insightful videos, and learn more about the corruption of our two-party system. And now they've created this fake partition between our country, the people of our country, whether you're man versus woman, black versus white, Hispanic versus Asian, black versus Asian, whatever. It's all artificial, the divide. I know, and Noble Watchman, I have a plan for welfare fraud too. Remember I said we were going to have forensic auditors check welfare fraud? Well, one of the things we're going to do in Alabama, which is the center where they cut checks, and Mississippi, we're going to make sure that the programs only send out the top check to any one particular family. Whoever's getting the most money would get that money. The rest of the checks wouldn't go to those people below that family. Anyone at that address gets the most amount of money.
So Real Hobo said, long story short, he was abused as a kid, or she. Good now, but that person went to the police with the evidence that they were abused, and they just sent him away. Didn't take the evidence, and they feel like they wouldn't have been so bad off as they are now if the police didn't ignore their information. What would you do to stop police corruption?
Well, for one, I've even said that with the brutality across the nation, if the president doesn't have a fiscal constraint in those cities that hire brutal cops, we won't get any reaction. I mean, cops understand if their paycheck is cut with brutality claims, you're automatically going to see less brutality. I mean, we're going to cut their paychecks. They won't get money. They won't be on the force if they continue this. So the city will get cutbacks from the federal government. And that's one thing that will change things. Money speaks, money talks, especially when it's coming from the federal government. So local municipalities that are serious offenders and say, screw you, federal government, we'll put them on the Justice Department list and look into their internal problems, and we might do a federal investigation at the FBI level. That's another thing we can do. But that's a little bit more on the down low, so to speak. Well, let's be clear. Well, that's on the down low. You know that Barack Obama hasn't made any statement about this. You know that, right? It's pretty serious. All right, so we've seen a lot of things happen recently with the idea of homosexuals getting married in the state of their choice. Sarah and I don't want the government involved in marriage. We believe that the separation of church and state, defined in the Constitution, and that interpretation should have been applied to this ruling by the Supreme Court. So
Really, people's personal relationships should be personal relationships.
you're going to see a lot of states stop issuing marriage licenses. That's my prediction. All right. But there's things that make us different. Not just the Pay Americans First concept, which is our own plan. And it's not Donald Trump's. And I've been pushing this plan for 5-6 years now. But we also have a thing that's completely different. Okay. We also have a thing that's completely different from the existing leading candidates. And I'm going to show you where we stand that's different than those other candidates. We want to end the Fed. We want to stop GMOs. Not all GMOs, but most of them. We want to legalize pot. Trump, Hillary, Jeb, and Sanders will not stop chemtrails either. And they will not end the Fed. So these are things that you can read on this header that make us completely different than Trump, Hillary, Jeb, and Sanders. And a lot of you are kind of deciding what to do with your vote coming up in 2016. I would love to be able to end world hunger, but we're not going to be able to do that. I do have a plan, though, and I wanted to show you this. And I thank you for that, Freight Kicks, because this is a very interesting reminder that I have here on our hard drive. It's our solution to providing food to immediate disaster relief. Now, this is not like the Democrats, Republicans. We have a brand new plan. And it's an airdrop plan that I will instigate through FEMA. And FEMA's primary focus will not be Department of Homeland Security operations. It won't, under my leadership, it will begin to separate from DHS. I in no way believe that DHS should monitor or control FEMA. FEMA should be a relief organization, not a detention camp system. We won't need fencing around the FEMA camps. We will be able to deliver food from regional food centers anywhere in the country or around the world. America will get the first dibs on these food supplies. But around the world, if a situation like Nepal happens under my watch, they'll receive instantaneous food samples to the people in need, and these will have water and food in these packages. This is way better than clip art, and you can't copy it. This is my GIF. I made this. You can't get it anywhere. Thank you. Except copying it off the screen. Yeah, you can't eat a lot of food when you're starving to death. So these packages have to be, you know, food samples of various types. You know, we're talking about a few peanuts, you know, a few wafer crackers that have some solid protein of some kind in it, dehydrated. We're talking about water that has some level of electrolytes, but not to the point where it would shock their system. Now, if you've been starving to death, and I know very few of you are starving to death. Anyone starving to death in here at all? It's like an MRE, yeah. Yeah, it's very similar. Is anyone starving to death in here? You guys are well fed, right? You live in America? People don't realize why they bring babies into the world and for what reason. Because they're afraid their marriage is going to break up. Most people have kids because they think their marriage is falling apart. Let the truth be known. Whatever. But no, seriously. Yeah, I heard Obama has admitted he's Muslim. Yeah. How come he didn't do something to stop that? How come none of you Democrats did anything to stop that? Well, in order for you to leave the room, I have to say it. Yeah. But whenever you come in the room, Mr. Propaganda, I get rid of propaganda. Thank you. Yeah, Oma doesn't have enough to live on. She needs $600 in food stamps. Thanks. All right, Sarah, this is awesome. Thank you. Are you leaving for the night?
No, I'm just going to test the phone.
Oh, she's testing our phone. You know, yes. I have some astronaut ice cream in the other room. It's pretty cool. But the answer is...
Yeah, no.
No. It's it'll shock the system of the poor person starving in Darfur. That ice cream, fake ice cream, will send their system through shock. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. And plus, there's no nutritive value in it. I mean, seriously. Anybody who has any questions here about the phone, we just tested it, so. That's a very disturbing sound.
Yeah, that's awful.
God.
Well, the no is disturbing.
I know, it's all disturbing.
You don't have to answer that.
Oh, I've got a call from Sarah. Wow. So yeah, the phone's working fine. Okay, we also talked today about the truth behind kids missing in America. You go to missingkids.com and you'll find out that 55,000 kids in a year are missing, which is unbelievable. The truth about missing kids has been sheltered from our mainstream media. They don't talk about it. But families that have lost kids, people like Oma who have had tragic experiences in their life where their kids were taken, really need to get some accountability. And there's a video on YouTube called Innocence Destroyed.
I probably put you on my do not take list. Hannah, you can PM me your phone number and I'll remove it from the list of phone calls that I banned.
You're 38, living with your parents, and you want to go missing. Wow. He's 38, living with his parents, and he wants to go missing.
Well, maybe you just need to move out of your parents' place.
Yeah. Try to set it on your own.
Savings?
Oops. I just made it up that he's missing.
That he wants to go missing?
Yeah, I just made that up. No, that he's living with his parents.
Oh.
Well, Oma has a child that was taken from her, she believes.
Why would you want to go missing? You just don't feel like you're... You know, you need to go and give... You need to be a servant. You need to go give something to somebody.
Unvaccinated Muslim babies are spending welfare on lobster and weed.
I don't know why it didn't ring, Hannah. Sorry.
Rick rolled. Well, the number is 707, your ATP. I want all of you to know that this isn't just a static chat room. We actually have... Oh, we've got Inside Job trailer here. I'll take a look at that in a little bit.
Is this your idea? Still too lazy to sign up? This is your idea for security issues? I do have to say that there were 1.1 million fingerprints stolen recently from a government database.
Yeah, a lot of fingerprints were stolen. So now fingerprints aren't even safe. You don't even know if somebody might have your fingerprints. Anyway, this is our website, americasthirdparty.com. Obama loves me? Really? Are you his friend? They must spam really fast, you know. There's a call.
One.
Now you can use this as a utility. You can look at our mission statement, find out about me, read about some of my blogs, my writings.
Hi, Robert. Did you want to be on? Oh.
Our entire platform is right here. You can look at all the specifics, our new ideas, back to the basics, getting our country to live on a pay-as-you-go plan.
Much. I think it's just trolls.
Okay. Volunteer, how you can participate. You pass out flyers. You can print them right there.
Exactly.
And on the main page...
Thank you so much. Bye.
On the main page, you've got bumper sticker right here. You can click on it. It's a $4 bumper sticker from Cafe Press. Put it on your car. And you could also go to the GoFundMe button and make a small donation if you want to get $5 cable TV spots out there to bypass the mainstream media's censorship of me. That's one way we're going to do it. We're going to run commercials, and we've done it already twice in 2 separate elections, and they really do work. They generate a lot of spin. We get a lot more hits to our site. But most of all, we have a utility right here for you to actually get me on the ballot in your state. Just click on the state button of your choice.
Yeah, or
here's Iowa right here. If you're in Iowa, click on the red button right there, and you can get me on the petition to get me on the ballot, and the petition's right there.
The person that was phoning was just showing that the phone works, so people that say it doesn't work,
it works.
If you don't try to block your number,
ready to go. It's already been approved. It's already been approved by the Secretary of State in Iowa, so you can get started on this whole plan whenever you want in Iowa. Now, the one thing about Iowa that's unique is we are offering for the first 1,500 legal signatures, but they have to come 150 from each county. We will give out a check or checks to various people totaling $1 per signature. So if you are in Iowa and want to collect signatures for us, the system is ready to go. It's in place. Now, if you want to print up a poster for me at davidsponheim.com, I'll take you to that link.
That's a good idea. Still too lazy.
And you can print up a poster right now at Office Max for $1.33. It's really the only way to go if you want to save money and get a third party on the ground.
Put that link.
Join the voter revolt. Yes, and here's the link, everybody, to the David Sponheim site.
davidsponheim.com.
Yep. And
or America's Third Party.
And you can click on the poster link, and the direct poster link is where we're going. Okay, we talked a little bit about solving the crisis in healthcare at the beginning of our show, mobile medical units. I discussed those. Here's the link to the poster page, and it's definitely the way to go. Join the voter revolt. $1.33. What you do is save this JPEG on your computer and send it to your local Office Max and say print on cardstock.
No, Grumpy Wookie, that's only the first 1,500 signatures.
11 by 17.
We'll pay you up to, and it has to be 150 signatures from each county, and it's only for Iowa.
$1.33. Print color equals $1.33 cardstock. You get the picture. Okay. So it's just Iowa we're doing that with, but you can get me on the ballot in your state because you really like our show.
Yes, Donald, I lost connection as well.
We all lost our connection to the chat. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to give you guys another half hour of show, and we'll open up guest chat, and Sarah will probably take a break at that point. I'll be right back.
Sarah will, yes.
Yeah.
Take the night off.
Yeah, she's really kind of tired.
You think you're, what? You're back from a temporary ban? No, it wasn't a temporary ban. It's just Mark was having some problems, and we lost connection to the chat room. Everybody lost connection. So that's why the staff was here. Yeah. Oh, you don't have to turn guest chat on. You're here. You're signed in. That's good. Still too lazy. Yes, even I lost connection. Or is it just you, or does the quiet computing room make observation of subtle changes in pitch of tinnitus? I never know how to say that word. Tones triggered by scene changes in certain videos, for example, possible. I suppose that's true if you're in a quiet computer room. I never heard of those brainwashed until David told me about this one guy named Boink that used to come to our show, and then David was talking about how Boink got into some kind of car accident and broke his leg, and now he's, I think it might have been amputated or something. I don't really know. But no, I would never work for them because I will always leave my clothes on. Because I am conservative, modest. So that's just the way I am. As you asked for a link, you lost connection to the chat, and it was blocked. Okay, here, let me give you the link again. So this is a link to the poster. Yeah, the chat disconnected for myself as well. That's obviously someone trolling you. Oh, I know, DJ Chills. It's all good. I respond to trolls, because trolls are people too. They're just, ha ha ha, still too lazy. Anyway, Mark was just updating his site, and yes, I'm very nice. I'm a nice person. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. I don't know if I want to be your FEMA buddy. Probably not. You hope one of Dave's agenda is legalizing topless women? Well, David wants to decriminalize prostitution, so I suppose that would work. Yes, I know trolls want to be talked to as well. Sarah too speaks the King's English. Thanks, American Patriots. Yeah, they're still human. I guess I can relate to trolls. You hope your grandchildren are third-generation FEMA camp survivors. You're an old school chatter. Call it what will you will. Exactly. Will your grandchildren get compensation for being FEMA camp survivors? Maybe not the grandchildren. Maybe the children? No, I don't know. Who's from Justin TV? Your cousin called the fiber optic communications. Oh, he installed the fiber optic communications at a few FEMA establishments and military bases also. That's hard work, installing those fiber optic communications. Tell your cousin, good job. You love the political chat. It's so warranted given what we're faced with today with our illegitimate leaders who claim stay in our name. Bookmark our show, Creative Merits. We're here every night except for Sunday. I know we are on a lot. And David, like David says, it's a place to give everyone a venue to talk live, you know, and at least with David's voice, he always says what everyone's saying, so then you don't just have to, chat by itself can be kind of static, but having somebody talking with you in a video form, it's very nice. That's what I have to say to you, Heaven's Angels. Did you notice I rolled my eyes at you? Do you think it's wrong for a woman to hit a man and the man defend himself by hitting back? I think it's wrong for anyone to hit anyone, Ted. How many would actually remain in the chat if all the paid Department of Homeland Security or the unpaid Department of Homeland Security people were not in our room anymore? I know, American Patriot, can you help me? Because I'm not very, I'm not good at news releases. I'll just say that. I said it. I am the reason that David probably hasn't been on the news, but also whatever. We need to get in the news, and we need to always put him in the news. Like, I just have to start contacting the news people all the time. Yes, what happened last night is I really rolled my eyes because David was saying something about a YouTube hit counter. I'm going to write this. Turn up your volume. Everybody else can hear me. Then they're just targeting. Then they are just targeting you. Stop hanging around. Be okay. I just had to say that. Ooh. What is it? I can't tell you. Oh, goodness. Thank you
Okay.
very much. David is a lucky person to have me as vice president. We're lucky to have David
Oh, hang on.
as a presidential candidate.
You almost hit the coffee cup.
I didn't hit the coffee cup.
I'm just kidding.
I wasn't even being
But I mean, we
close.
were both converging on the same place.
Whatever.
Hi
You
there,
almost
Mr.
hit
Dork.
my hand with your coffee cup.
I know.
is
I
what
was
you're
like moving
saying.
over with my. Oh, by the way, Merry Christmas in July. Thank you. We're on the last couple days of July. Your shopping season has not stopped yet.
I had a Christmas dinner today. I had
Just
turkey
don't-
and
Yeah.
and
you did
cranberry
have.
sauce and
Yeah.
stuffing and mashed potatoes and green beans.
That's right.
If there's one human activity you hate, it's cooking. Look into solar cooking, Sammy's. Solar cooking is pretty cool. David always heats up his coffee in the microwave.
Trying to check this article about Freedom's Floodgates.
Wow.
Planned Parenthood hacked. A cyber attack on a website just happened against the Planned Parenthood group. You know, they're exposing the baby mills that are going on at Planned Parenthood. Various groups have been doing independent journalistic work to expose that babies are being sold, body parts, for their profit.
I wouldn't call David a typical Washington coffee drinker because he doesn't go to Starbucks and all those coffee shops. He just makes his own coffee at home.
Colombian.
But he does drink a lot of coffee. And I don't drink any. But I often meet my friends at coffee shops.
Yes.
And then end up having something that's non-caffeinated to drink.
Yeah.
Yes, David proposed that we have a wonderful time building this political party, and I said, okay. Yeah, solar cooking is awesome, Sammy's dot. In fact, if you just Google fun panel, you can build your own solar cooker. And I actually built a solar, well, no, I was given a solar cooker, but I made a full chicken in that from frozen. It was literally frozen when I put it out in the morning at 9 a.m. with some herbs and some, I think I put in some potatoes and carrots. And by 5 p.m. that night, never turned on the stove. Just let it sit in the sun. It was
Pretty
so
good.
It was falling off the bone.
It
and
was.
cooked
I remember that.
perfectly.
It was scrumptious. After
It was
5
really
hours in the
delicious.
sun, it was amazing. Scrumptious.
Well, more than 5, but
Okay, about 8 to 10.
okay.
Okay. But yeah, you can make a chicken in a solar oven made out of tin foil. We made one.
You can Google fun panel. All you need is cardboard, aluminum foil, and some glue.
Yeah. And you can Google Fun Panel right now, and I will Google Gaga a little bit later. Yeah, let's see. Google Fun Panel. Let's do it. Fun Panel.
I guess that works too, Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill. Hey, Mr. Bill. Okay, here's Fun Panel. We made one of these, and if you use a black pot, it makes it pretty cool. You could cook soup in this stuff. You can make a hash. You can make cookies. You can make brownies. You can get really high in Washington State and, you know, make yourself some solar
There you
brownies.
go.
There you go.
All right.
All right, take care. Thank you, Sarah. That was awesome. Oh, I'm on mic. I'm just kidding.
That was awesome.
It was awesome. They love you.
I love you.
Everyone loves each other tonight. It's one of those nights to recoup and prepare for the apocalypse. Or for a better day. Okay, yeah, it's awesomeness. So get some tin foil and some cardboard and go to the Fun Panel and Google it. This is a Google of Fun Panel. Love. Yeah, love is contagious. Oh my God, that's a terrible Google link. But that's the link, ironically. All right. Yeah, so Planned Parenthood hacked. Interesting. Freedom's Floodgates. All right, let's take a look here. I am bombarding you with this message about Bernie Sanders. He won't stop chemtrails. He doesn't even acknowledge chemtrails. He's out of the loop. He will not end the Fed. Neither will Donald Trump. He's part of the Fed. He practically, got loans from the Fed. Stop GMOs, right? Legalize pot. He won't stop GMOs and they won't legalize pot. Hillary, Jeb, Bernie, or Donald Trump. All these things are really important to a growing number of people, but they won't pass term limits either. We talked about that. We need to get term limits in our country. Yeah, Bernie Commie Sanders, exactly. An incognito group of anti-abortion activists claim to have hacked the website of Planned Parenthood. Wow. A group identifying themselves as 3301. Recently reporting controversy. Oh yeah, the fact that the Planned Parenthood is using baby parts, body parts. I don't want to go into detail, but yeah, there's 2 videos out now about babies being, literally sold on the QT. Coffee shop meetings where these Planned Parenthood people are eating, chopped liver and talking about the baby's liver. Oh, could I have a little, chopped liver, please? Destruction of the Mississippi River Dam is something we could look at real time. I'm talking about a New Orleans harbor around New Orleans. So anything I can do to solve problems in the South, we'll certainly look at. But it's not that difficult for the Army Corps of Engineers to actually build a harbor around New Orleans. I think it would be a big, huge boom for real estate, and they could create filtration systems and have fisheries and bring back the entire shrimp industry. Have a shrimpery down there with filtered water. Wouldn't that be great? No, I don't have any. Most holograms do not have previous employment experience. Yeah, we've got a request from American Patriot 73 to discuss the New World Order and the elitists. Yes, that's a very important issue. You're looking at them as they pass over. That's right. And Bernie Sanders, he doesn't know he's being used by the communist agenda, but, he's just one of these guys who really cares about a lot of people. Seriously. And he's highly manipulatable from the communist perspective. So yeah, he doesn't even know he's part of the New World Order. You see, the communist agenda is being hijacked by the New World Order to promote expansionism, one world government, if you will. Remember when George H.W. Bush said in 1992, you'll all have haircuts like Donald Trump in 2017? No, he didn't say that. He said, a new world order. He should have said, there will be a new world odor. The smell of Fukushima, the smell of radiation, the chemtrails, the GMO smells. I mean, they should have said that, because that's what this is all about. This is about human exploitation, about all of us being turned into wage slaves. And we're doomed, I know. It sucks. You sense it, I sense it. I'm trying to stop it. But yeah, if we don't start arresting the plan that the New World Order and the elitists have put into play, we're not going to be able to stop any of this. We need political clout for the American people. That's what we need. And that's why we're starting this plan, and that's why we've been doing this from the very beginning. You see, you are us. We are you. We're just average Americans like you. And we decided to step up and do something. I saw the vacuum of honesty and integrity in government. I recognized that these people were on the take, all of them. And I set out to create a new party to challenge these two-party cronies. And that's exactly what we're doing. I have a link here to a third party. I want to bring it in. So we created what is called a third party. And we're way ahead of the ball. But we haven't had any mainstream media attention. None. Zero. Which further verifies that there is censorship in America. And it has created this void where the American people don't have anything. And the elitists like Donald Trump and Hillary and Jeb, and in a way Bernie Sanders, because he has all the free media he'd ever want, that puts him in the elitist category. They're never going to do anything. They're just pawns in the corporatocracy. Sarah and I are on good terms. Yeah, I never really had any big problems. You were the ones that felt that I had a problem. I'm very interested in knowing, if somebody's, doing something in the show like rolling their eyes. But of course she can roll her eyes if she wants. Sarah and I disagree on A lot of issues about chemtrails, but I got her looking now at the chemtrails like we just had one in our area. We get them all the time here. That's why Washington is so full of water. They're literally making this area into like a sponge. We've had more rain here over the years, recent times, than ever before in the state's history. So they're purposely dehydrating California. And there's a nefarious plan to hurt the best state in the union in terms of revenue. It's the 8th largest revenue in the entire world, California is. So we're seeing a major hit there. And that could very well be like an attack on our shores. Bengalitis said they had massive chemtrails today in Arizona, and sure enough, it rained late during the day. There you go, see? They're trying to redirect the water away from California. And even if Arizona gets drenched, they can pull it that way, they can pull it north. Bottom line is they're pulling it, and they think they can get away with this. And I came up with this independent hypothesis about this about a year or two ago. And geoengineeringwatch.org came up with the same hypothesis, that they're doing this. Purposeful. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with embedded corruption in our system. A lot of you are concerned about Zionistic control over our government. I understand your concerns. I really do. Same here in Georgia. You're getting chemtrails there, American Patriot. Thank you. No, Smashmaster, I was never verbally abusive to Sarah. I simply asked her a question. You guys turned it into like a major deal. It's almost like many of you want to become transgenders so much that you want to pull everyone's balls off. You notice that? Yeah, so people have been challenging the Illuminati and the New World Order, and people like Randy Quaid have had to go to the nth degree to get noticed. Check this out. He's got a beard, and he and his wife are making videos online, and they can't get any exposure. I guess they just got a little exposure here, but yeah, he's struggling. And he's talking about a conspiracy against actors who are being killed. He calls it the Star Whacker Group.
Hi, I'm Randy Quaid, and this is my wife, Evie. And these are the charges that were published in the New York Post when I was banned from Broadway for life while doing a little Broadway ditty that I starred in.
Oh, man. There you go. So you see how the far reaches of people doing this just to get noticed? It's just so pathetic. Yet, please don't make demoralizing statements in the room condemning activities that I think are perfectly normal. I don't know what he's doing. I'm thinking maybe I should invite him to the house. You are on warning. You will be banned if you continue. Well, apparently he's doing what he can do to get noticed. Yeah, when there's so many conspiracies out there, why not take on the Star Whacker discussion and say, yeah, I think Randy Quaid is actually facing a serious attack against him financially. I watched videos of he and his wife, and they have absolute legitimate stories where they were falsely billed for hundreds of thousands of dollars for a motel stay. I'd love to have the guy on the show. Do you know where he's at right now? He's in Canada somewhere, I think. I know. Well, I'd love to talk about that, but right now I want to talk more about 9/11, if that's okay with you. I have proof that no planes hit the Twin Towers from somebody's video. I want to show you something. This is pretty weird.
Take a look at this rare, super slow motion video of Flight 175 that hit the South World Trade Center tower on 9/11/2001. Take a really close look, because there are two impossibilities I'm going to show you here. This video was allegedly shot by Michael Herzakani, a diamond merchant based in Los Angeles, California. The first impossibility is a real airplane couldn't have sliced through a building with a steel facade with reinforced concrete flooring and 47 steel support beams. A jet's wing can't slice through a steel building like a hot knife through butter. But that's the story the news media wants us to believe, and most people are still believing this hoax. But the second impossibility is in plain sight. In fact, I can't believe it took me over 12 years to see. Let me show you a still of this video. I've highlighted a building that's clearly behind the South World Trade Center tower. Yet when we pay close attention to the video, Flight 175's wing should appear in front of the building, not behind it.
Look at that.
This is a layering CGI glitch.
See that?
And this
Isn't that amazing?
proves that this video, which was seen all over the world, over and over and over again, year after year, is a CGI rendering.
Amazing.
Thus, it's not an amateur witness video.
Right.
It's a fake. And
all right, there you go. Yeah. Stuff like that. Things that go bump in the night, things that don't make sense, the truth behind all the scrim that's put in front of us, the lies that our government's spewing for some weird reason. I've got a video tonight I'll probably play. I have a lot of things that are really mind-blowing about truth. Yeah, there's the Evie Quaid YouTube page, everybody. She talks about that on the video. Thank you, Scissor Fight. She talks about how she and Randy they had paid their $10,000 and they had proof of it, yet the bill came back underpaid by, a significant amount, and then they lost everything. Anyway, yeah, let's talk about the possibilities that a 9/11 attack may have been an inside job. I am open to questions on that. I really do want to see an investigation, a scientific investigation into this. It's never been done. The 9/11 Commission report was not a scientific investigation. Big difference. We've got people out there that have been raising questions all over the place about 9/11, but we never really got answers. One thing we did find that the government was missing, this is the truth, Donald Rumsfeld said it one day before 9/11. Listen to this.
Pentagon, the day before 9/11, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld declared war, not on foreign terrorists.
The adversary is closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy.
He said money wasted by the military poses a serious threat.
In fact, it could be said that it's a matter of life and death.
Rumsfeld promised change, but the next day, the world changed. And in the rush to fund the war on terrorism, the war on waste seems to have been forgotten.
My 03 budget calls for more than $48 billion in new defense spending.
More money for the Pentagon when its own auditors admit the military cannot account for 25% of what it already spends.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
All right, that's it. $2.3 trillion in transactions. Chemtrail Pilot was, making some negative statements, but I'll unban them. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hold any grudges, guys. You know that, right? And you want Chemtrail Cowboy to be unbanned too? Sure. You're trying to raise awareness for chemtrails, that's fine. Yeah. I don't hold personal grudges against people. Oh, but I forgot to unban you. I gotta slash this. Sarah took the night off. You missed her. You just get back from your crack supply? Or your crack house that you go to? Oh, I'm sorry. I have the wrong guy. Not you. No, I've got the other guy who's on crack. I'm just kidding. I was demoralizing my audience. I shouldn't do that. It's a tactic that goes on in our country all the time. I got to stop that. I take it back. You're not on crack. I know. I'm sorry. Did you hear what I just said? I said I'm sorry. Have you ever heard Barack Obama say he's sorry? Anyone? Has anyone heard him say, your president say he's sorry? Never. Yeah. Anybody? Now, are you sure he apologized that America was a bad country? Remember that? He never personally apologized, Smashmaster. A lot of people missing from 9/11. Barry Jennings, for one of them, witnessed investigations.
Barry Jennings was the deputy head of emergency.
Oh my God, that was Alex Jones. I got to get rid of that video. He apologized to another country for our mistakes. That's not exactly him apologizing. Here's the Randy Quaid video Dave was talking about. But it's not just that one. It's when he comes out and talks. Randy Quaid spells it out. He says, hey, this is happening. The Illuminati or somebody, some secret group of star whackers exists. There's a lot of weird things going on. I could make numerous statements, but let me go right to Randy Quaid. Randy, go ahead.
For the past 20 years, my wife Abby and I have been the victims of criminal activities perpetrated by a small network of individuals who are out to destroy us personally, professionally, and financially. This network of individuals is manipulating the banking system and the criminal justice system for the purposes of sabotaging our credit and our credibility. Up until a year ago, Abby and I had never had any run-in with the law whatsoever. We are not criminals, nor are we fugitives from justice, nor are we crazy. We are simply artists and filmmakers who are being racketeered on. We believe there are to be a malignant tumor of star whackers in Hollywood. How many people do you know personally who have died suddenly and mysteriously in the past 5 years? I have personally known 8 actors, all of whom I have worked with and was close to. Heath Ledger, Chris Penn, David Carradine among them. I believe these actors were whacked, and I believe that many others, such as Britney Spears, Lindsay Lohan, and Mel Gibson, are being played to get at their money. In the meantime, many a celebrity's image and marketability is being co-opted and destroyed. Google helps out by keeping the negative stories near the top of a celebrity's webpage because it's the negativity that brings in the advertising revenue. In my own case, my ex-attorney Lloyd Braun has joined this tribe of bottom feeders by creating his own celebrity gossip website. What is wrong with that picture? When your own attorney starts defaming you, who do you turn to defend you? Lloyd Braun also claims to have come up with the idea of The Sopranos, so he's obviously familiar with the ways and means of organized crime. Unfortunately, my brother Dennis has made matters worse by buying a house from Mr. Braun on property Braun originally bought with money he embezzled from me. I recently discovered, much to my surprise, that Dennis is also on the deed to my Santa Barbara property. This is also the work of Mr. Braun, further confounding the validity of the transfer of my fully furnished property in 1992 to Mr. Bruce Berman. I've earned approximately $40 million throughout my career. I have profit participation in some of my films. I am being embezzled from by this monstrous ring of accountants, estate planners, and lawyers who are mercilessly slandering me and trying to kill my career, and I believe murder me in order to gain control of my royalties. I wish to return to only one thing: work.
So is your client planning on attending the hearing next week in Santa Barbara?
My client is intending to comply with the law in both jurisdictions, and we are going to spend the next couple of days strategizing how to best achieve that.
Okay, thank you for letting me play that for you. Randy Quaid's always been a popular actor in our lives. Many of you have watched Vacation and all those great Christmas stories that he did. Yeah, he's great. Very intelligent, very creative man. I had a chance to see his brother Dennis Quaid at a bar, meet him. I went eye to eye to the guy in Venice, California one day. I never really talked to him. I never walked up and said, hey, you're Dennis Quaid, but I did, see him there in Venice. He apparently is having problems with his brother Dennis, so, that's interesting. But no, this is a very strange time we're living in where famous actors like Robin Williams died, and many people are saying it might have been a home invasion, possible monetary gain, but we don't see any police reports to that effect. It's like completely wrapped up suicide. I find it hard to believe a person could hang on a door. Robin Williams hanging on a door, 5'7", even on his tippy toes, he couldn't really choke himself. And there was not a stitch of any alcohol in Robin Williams' bloodstream, or any other drug for that matter. So a lot of things seem like cover-ups, suicidings. Yeah. whatever. If you don't like him, just drop the subject. But let's talk about an even bigger cover-up. This guy, Osama bin Laden. We're supposed to believe that he was taken out May 1st, 2011. There's questions about whether it's May 1st or May 2nd, but when we've got another guy, an imposter who supposedly looks like him, but not really. So what's going on? I mean, there's some things that are happening in our country that just don't make any sense. Let's take a look here. So this is a big cover debate. No, I don't know if it's Obama's looking good or not. I'm trying to say that nothing is making Obama look good at this point. The idea was to get Obama, to get higher ratings. So it worked. I mean, when Donald Trump questioned Obama's birth certificate, this is after, of course, I questioned it for 5 years. But when he got ahead of the media and, of course, has his free day in the media, I get none. I was questioning the authenticity of this particular imposter and how he looks. Bottom line is the lips of the real Osama bin Laden are much fuller than the demure lips of this obvious imposter. The nose is actually wider on the imposter, and it's been made to look thinner with some sort of a lighting effect, or perhaps just, powder, whatever. And I'll talk about Paul and Fall in a second too, yeah. But you know what's really telling? Is we don't even have a picture of Osama bin Laden's dead body. All right? Now, if that really is Osama bin Laden, how come we don't have a picture of it? And don't tell me because of the threat of terrorism, because all I hear about is ISIS every day. All right, come on, man. Why Trump is shouting, I don't know. Yeah, bin Laden was dead before that, years before that. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Same fella? No, not at all. Different eyes, different everything. And what's really interesting is the guy that was an imposter is wearing makeup. Osama bin Laden was a strict Wahhabi, a very strict Islamist who would never wear makeup or any facial dyes. So it's just completely absurd. And why we don't have a picture of his dead body raises the specter that there's a cover-up here. Well, there's been a cover-up from Abbottabad on. I mean, the women that interviewed, actually, they didn't interview. They didn't even get an interview. No one actually questioned the women in the house. Did you ever see an interview of the 9 women and children? No, nobody ever actually interviewed them. The wife, the mother, the 3 wives, nobody was interviewed. So clearly they're hiding something there. No interviews at all, validating any of this. We don't even have evidence that it occurred, other than the picture of the disposed $1.5 billion helicopter. Well, the idea was to get attention off of Barack Obama's birth certificate. It worked. Well, let's be clear. The whole thing. Oh, yeah. Leroy says he's been trying to tweet Lee Stoll, who interviewed me in front of my lawn here, and refuses to acknowledge she came to my house. And won't publish any videos on me about, like she said, a 10-minute video to Cairo would have been nice, but she never published it. Thanks for trying, I guess, but you can just, I guess, give up. I mean, I don't want to harass anybody. I understand she's vilifying me all over the place. If anyone has photographs of that or video, please send it to our email address, americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Okay, let's move on. I'll pass it on to my attorney. Why don't, well, they don't want to. It's called censorship. Yeah, it's called censorship. Have you ever studied censorship? You think any one of us could get seen or heard by any politician or newscaster? Seriously. As long as you're a normal person, they don't care. They wanted me to sound like some sort of a nutcase or a racist or something, and all I did was impersonate Barack Obama in 2008 and 2014. They wanted to label me some sort of a racist. So the Democrats want to deploy cheap tactics to win elections. That's what's going on, everybody. It's not a big deal. This is what scumbags do. They might as well say I'm a reptilian. Remember this video? We had a Truth Tuesday where people actually thought I was a reptilian. Marked me as some sort of a bad guy. I had to switch the picture around. Scary, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, you could call me anything. Doesn't even matter. Thank you. I'm not a reptilian. I'm just an average American trying to get 1 second of media time. That's all I want. Because in 1 second, I can say one thing that'll help the whole world. Help! That's like 1 second. Or maybe this is better. No! No. Would no be better than help? If you had 1 second to get some media time, would you say no?
No.
It'll always be in the video. Yes, you are. Yes, you are propagandized by the two-party system.
No.
Yes, you are. Yeah, 1 second would get me media time.
No.
No, that's all I need. Well, what you need to do is keep talking about a third party. That's why I have this thing in the picture here. Thank you, Creative Merits. Keep talking about our hit points, legalizing marijuana, ending chemtrails, ending... Don't be afraid to tell people about chemtrails. Put yourself on the line. Even if your family calls you a whack job, be brave and talk about it. If we don't talk about it, nobody else will. That's the deal. Operation Cyclone, Google it. Brzezinski is fighting Russians in Afghanistan on behalf of the Saudis. Thanks, Neon. Neon 1 Con. We're going to go there right now. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, Brzezinski had this play, and I talked about this earlier in the show, 40 years of planning to take over an oil pipeline. Interesting. The CIA's Operation Cyclone. Let's take a look at that. We are looking at the backbone of a lot of truth activities. This is from Rense.com, which I don't mind reading. I'm actually pretty good with Rense. I very much enjoy his effort to break stories that are definitely on the outer limits. You're traveling through another dimension. The dimension of the CIA's Operation Cyclone, stirring the hornet's nest of Islamic unrest. Zbigniew Brzezinski not long ago revealed that on July 3, 1979, unknown to the American public and Congress, President Jimmy Carter secretly authorized $500 million to create an international terrorist movement that would spread Islamic fundamentalism in Central Asia and destabilize the Soviet Union. The CIA called this Operation Cyclone. Wow, thank you. Well, that's a good link. Let me give that to you. You can continue reading, and we'll bring in the sound effects for the Twilight Zone later. I was a Democrat for 30 years. I would never use their tactics. All I can tell you is they went into a modality when they lost to George W. Bush that pushed the Democratic Party to its outer limits, pressing the edge of what they claimed to be fairness, pushing the edge by cheating. Framing words was the buzzword in the Democratic Party in 2009. And they wouldn't listen to me. Nobody wanted to hear me. That's a really good, interesting story about this Operation Cyclone. So you can see the roots of the ISIS movement in this organization, dating all the way to Jimmy Carter. Many people don't know that Jimmy Carter was a member of the Trilateral Commission, an offshoot of the Council on Foreign Relations. And was also a nuclear scientist. Jimmy Carter actually had some pretty intense contacts within all kinds of levels of military-industrial complex. I mean, he wasn't exactly a peanut farmer. I did lust after a Playboy magazine, and Rosalind told me that it was wrong. Okay, anyone mentioning the Trump card will be purged on warning and banned on the second time around. Yes, so I'm going to try. I have to get some more physical exercise. I need to actually walk. Sitting in a chair is not helping me. So I almost think I should do the show on a treadmill. Wouldn't that be much better? Well, I demand evidence too, and if you look close enough, you'll find it. Okay, now let's talk about fall. We're talking about truth issues tonight. That's why I'm giving you extra time. That's right. It's all good. I know. Get those bodies moving, man. Otherwise, they won't be working for you. Yeah, you'll become a little too overweight. Yeah. It's a struggle to keep your weight down. Trust me, I'm have a very slow metabolism. Okay, yeah, there's lots of pictures that don't match with this other story that really you could talk about many people. I should line up a few people that don't match, but let's start with fall. The truth is, these two faces do not match at all. The guy before and the guy after. So, forensic scientists have studied this and they found that there is definitely a 66% chance or similarity between these two faces. You can see the lips are different. Yeah, but they're close, but no banana. Well, that raises the specter of, Paul actually dying. Maybe he really did die, like that rumor was back in '69. That's an interesting story. But now we're looking at even weirder twists. These are pieces of evidence you can look at. These aren't stories. Let's take a look at another strange, weird anomaly. James Holmes, who's still receiving his trial, which is 3 years later from the Aurora, Colorado shootings. He's right now pleading for his life, but these faces don't match either. They're an 83% match. Anyway, the hit points on these faces are not identical. They're similar, but no banana. David Bowie eyes. David Bowie. Yeah, I don't know about that. And look at this picture of here. Bill Hicks and Alex Jones. Now you're talking about the same person. You see how close those two faces are to each other? Well, Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. We know that for a fact. He even admitted it on his show. And that's something I think a lot of people don't know. He's been deceiving the American people for a long time because Bill Hicks, or aka Alex Jones, is what is called COINTELPRO, controlled opposition. That's what's going on. Here he is right now admitting it.
Are you rolling? You ready for this? Can't believe it's come to this, but give up. Give up on the character and go back to who I really was. You got me, okay? Are you happy now? You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks.
Okay. Thanks so much for that admission. It took, how long for you to admit the lie? Bill Hicks was supposedly dead of pancreatic cancer? In his age category, only 0.5% die of pancreatic cancer. So you can't believe any of this stuff. It's just BS at this point. So controlled opposition. Here's an example of a guy who really does look like that. All right. Back to the people that don't match. There you go. Oh, I'll play the rest of the video some other time. Thanks. It turns out he's claiming he's Lord Mountbatten or something. Head of the World Church of the Illuminati. What was his admission? I forget. Okay. Yeah. Yes. What are your thoughts on the building civil defense bunkers for civilians? I love it, Leroy. I think it's great. We have a civil defense plan on our site, actually, in defense. We actually support the idea. Civil defense systems are long needed. They're long overdue for our country. I have a picture of another actress, which I'm going to round out with the actress here. This is a surprisingly disturbing picture. We all know Renee Zellweger and how beautiful she was on that last appearance on the Jay Leno show. I think it was 2007. Well, the new picture they're claiming is a person who's had facial recognition or facial surgery. Technically, that's impossible. Simply because, and the truth is, I like to bring up the truth tonight. She would have had to have created all kinds of new veins in her neck to match her other side. She would actually have to have her mouth dropped about a half of an inch. There. Her nose would have had to have been dropped about a half of an inch too. Her eyes would have been lifted about an eighth of an inch. How many people have eyes lifted an eighth of an inch? These are slight variations in the look. And then the eyebrow is dropped about a quarter of an inch. Isn't that amazing? And the real kicker here is the new Renee Zellweger is 5'7". The old one was 5'3". So she must have had her legs extended too. So we're supposed to all stand around and go, oh, I believe that. Oh, yeah. I drink to that. Yeah. You have no idea. None of those things are possible. You talk to any qualified plastic surgeon. Seriously. Way different. Yeah. No, you guys are just using all the little buzzwords and talking points the media fed you to make yourself believe, oh, yeah, that's definitely Renee Zellweger. Sure. Well, you believe that, right? Okay. That's fine. I don't want to, blow your bubble, but well, I hate to tell you, but I'm Thomas Jefferson. All right. I know I didn't want to bring that up to you, but yeah. Thank you. It's her. It's not her. If you believe that, you believe that I'm Thomas Jefferson. The first consideration in immigration is the welfare of the receiving nation. In a new government based on principles unfamiliar to the rest of the world and resting on the sentiments of the people themselves, the influx of a large number of new immigrants unaccustomed to the government of a free society could be detrimental to the society. Immigration, therefore, must be approached carefully and cautiously. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, Thomas. You're awesome. Yeah, so he's saying what is needed and what has to be said. He's a good guy. But somehow our politicians, especially Hillary, doesn't care. They don't care. My fellow Americans. Yes. Sputnik. Okay. All right, this is Campaign 2016, and I really believe that you're having fun, even though you may not be. Now the truth about aliens. Yes, Balok from Star Trek is, indeed, the supreme warlord of the universe. But it turns out he appeared as Adam Lanza. Hey, let's talk about Adam Lanza. You want to? You want to get to the truth behind Sandy Hook tonight? The truth is, we don't have any real solid evidence that that crime actually happened. And I hate to say it, but lies, 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 and more lies. So yeah, I've had to go down this road to talk about these things because it's necessary. If we don't talk about these things in a real fashion, in a realistic way, I mean, I'm sitting in here in a green screen from my studio, whatever, in my house, talking about things that may never have happened. Like Balok from Star Trek. Yeah, it's kind of pathetic, isn't it? Well, let's be clear. Okay, let's talk about other things. We got 15 minutes to talk about anything under the sun. Clearly, Alex Jones is a government shill. Oh, sorry. It was a good episode of Star Trek, really. I haven't seen that. You said I'm from Uranus? Really? That's a very dark place. I have a picture of Uranus right here. I'm going to play it for you. About to be shocked. I'm going to take you on a journey through the infinite universe.
Let us travel now at the speed of light, departing from our home star on a trip across the cosmos toward the edge of the known universe. Our imaginary journey begins at midnight on January 1st, when we prepare to launch into space at the speed of 186,000 miles per second. We quickly pass the orbits of Mercury, Venus, and span the 93 million miles that separate the Earth from the Sun in just 8 minutes 19 seconds. We continue on, passing Mars, then the gas giant planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus.
Oh man, I almost got it.
Uranus.
Okay, there's the tip of Uranus at this point. I took you on a trip. So yeah, I'm not in charge of the stellar universe. Thank you. Somebody told me Interstellar was a really good movie. Is that true? Have you guys seen it? Uranus is fine. Don't worry about it. Good movie, really? Thumbs up on that one? Okay. We saw a pretty good one, Ex Machina, the other night. It's pretty cool. About AI. Now Elon Musk and a lot of people out there are talking about the possibility that we shouldn't make any kind of weapons that can actually shoot with AI. It's like, okay. So they don't want to create shooting ability from drone weaponry because they think it'll create dangerous Skynet kind of things that'll destroy the universe. They have a good point. The problem is they're not going to be able to control it. They can't control anything. They have no control over the future of robotics. It's a race. It's a space race. It's a robotic race. It's a techno race. It's every man for himself.
No, no!
It's essentially a plan that we can't control. So what we have to do is put together international safeguards and to stop the emergence of AI and how these machines are going to be connecting. If we create parts that don't connect, you know, when connectors connect with their connectors, if they don't connect, then there'll be no replication possibilities. I think we need to embed that into the system right away. Any robot that can replicate could very well be a Skynet type robot. And that could be very detrimental to humanity. It is very detrimental. Especially when two connectors cannot connect with their connection. Oh, we have that, yeah. Connectors. Thank you.
A man and a woman cannot connect intellectually without eventually connecting with their connectors. A man and a woman cannot connect intellectually without eventually connecting with their connectors. A man and a woman cannot connect into...
I got it. I used to do some voice dubbing. You're traveling through the voice meter banana. We're entering the intergalactic Milky Way. That's ridiculous, I know. Okay, I'll be your savior for today and replaced by the next guy willing to take a bullet for the country. So, you know, there's bound to be other people that want to run for president besides me with my caliber of intense integrity and honesty and great ideas. Okay, I love this picture behind me. I'm going to leave it here. Well, anyone start running your own local party? Yeah, everyone could be awesome. You know, I've got a poster for you guys. I think you're going to love it. Hang on. Always believe in yourself. Isn't this a great poster? It's the whole reason why some people in this world are successful. Even if you feel like you're really having a crummy day and you forget all that. Believe in yourself. Say you're a heavy user of drugs or heroin. Don't worry about it. Just believe in yourself. Say you got a serious criminal record, you've been in and out of prison. Believe in yourself. Say you've got 4 kids and you can't afford to pay for their food or let alone their teeth. Believe in yourself. Don't think about all the mistakes you made. Start believing in yourself, okay? People say, David, how come you're so confident? One person said it's dangerous how confident you are, David. They say that in the room. They say it's dangerous how confident you are. I am so confident I will lead this nation. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be the person running for president right now. So you have to believe in yourself, truly. Accept your flaws. Accept your problems. Maybe you're too fat. Believe in yourself. You know, what is that song? All about the bass. No treble. You know, that's all about women who have big booties and, you know. So, I mean, believe in yourself. There you go. Love yourself. All right, so we've got all kinds of weird things going on where the people are thinking, well, ISIS is taking over the world. Show me. And don't show me fake beheading pictures that probably cannot be corroborated. You know, I want to see third-party corroboration on all levels. Anytime we have a reported terrorist act, I'm not going to just rely on the State Department. I'm going to have to get multiple sources to validate this. That's what a president does. He just doesn't stand there and go, well, we're supporting ISIL forces, like he just did 2 weeks ago. How can we be supporting ISIL forces? They're our enemy, Barack. What the hell? Well, the truth is we are supporting ISIL forces, and we've been doing it for years. The government, not me, of course. I would never. Our government has been participating in a very surreptitious war, and it's called creating terrorism, making people afraid, pushing fear, and consequently we are now again on the verge of another war. You can feel it. And the problem with the relationship with Iran is it's tumbling out of control and it's pissing Israel off. We never really got any consensus. We never even got Iran to recognize that Israel is a state. Obama never even broached the subject. This is how lame and inane John Kerry is. And their effort has only been to put a feather in their hat. That's basically it. It's the John Kerry and Barack Obama stage show, where we have infinite world peace and a guaranteed nuclear weapon in the hand of Iran. Oh yeah, that's what we want. We might as well put, the Dark Lord Satan in charge of our country and have him broker a deal with himself, Lucifer. I mean, surely there's some other way around this besides going through John Kerry. I mean, my God. What an inept Secretary of State. Putting this on the table with Iran is virtually turning our nation into a joke, a laughing stock around the world. Let's take a picture of... Yes, I realize. I'm bringing in John Kerry here. John, where are you? Help is on the way! Help is on the way, John. Where are you? Come on, man. How come I can't find John Kerry when I need him? John. Oh, this is really... Oh, there we are. He's hiding. He's having a private moment with one of the world leaders. Let me put his face over. Well, I'll leave Satan page. Yeah. Anyway. Help is on the way. I know. He just wants... I really don't want a picture of Satan behind me. Thanks. Yeah, I just don't believe that this is the guy we need to, have brokering a deal with Satan. I mean Iran. Did I say Satan? I meant Iran.
Could it be Satan?
It could be.
Could it be Satan?
Thank you. That's cool. Thank you for that. I have it on cue, but that's even better. Thank you, Shrek. All right, so, oh my, Dave. You do realize Putin could kick Putin's ass in less than 3 seconds? Putin could kick Putin's ass. Do you realize how intelligent you sound, Samizdat? Did I say Iran? Yes, I did say Iran. Brokering a deal with Iran. That's what I'm saying. They're brokering a deal with Iran. Oh, Dave, I tired tonight. Maybe catch you later. Okay, Planet X, thank you. Planet X is softening a little bit. He's coming around, realizing we need to find a centrist political perspective so that we can solve America's problems. Yeah, they're brokering a deal with Iran. That's what I'm saying. Oh my gosh, we have another reveal. Dress up for the late night hour in our after show from the new strip club from the peoplescube.com. We've had pictures of Barack Obama in lingerie before, but this is the first Photoshop of him dressed in a pink tutu. It's more like a baby doll. Don't you agree? And yes, Obama is gay. There's no need to mince words here. We've got numerous pictures of him from Photoshop libraries around the world. People have been fantasizing a lot. I think Barack Obama could be a runway model. Well, let's be clear. We'll have him at Supermax on the runway. Let's be clear. Okay. Go ahead, Steve. Let's be clear. Art, Steve, go ahead. Steve, you can't talk from a speakerphone. I learned that from reading off the teleprompter. Just doesn't work. Well, I got myself out of here. We're back in the universe. Hold on. Camera, reinstatement, back on screen. All right, here we go. Let's do a wrap-up, kind of a finale of the show. Piece it all together. It was all photoshopped. I was just playing around. You want to see some real gay pictures of Barack Obama? Not that gayness is wrong. I have to raise that statement all the time. But yeah, I've got a few really good ones. This is from 1978, Occidental College, where Barack Obama just had the best time of his life. Hey, Barack, how you doing, man? I could have gone to Occidental. I had an opportunity. I'm taking chances, man. So yeah, this guy is definitely, you know, he's a flamer, dude. And that's okay. Really. It's no big deal. I think that's fine. I just don't like the fact that he lied to the American people all these years. And I don't like his agenda. It's starting to piss me off. You know, we don't need to encourage our young people to go become gay and go move to a state when they could just be gay in their own mind. We don't need to push it. And I think a lot of young people today are a little bit concerned that maybe they are gay. I really do. I believe that, seriously, I really believe the dynamic is changing. And we talked about this idea of depopulation earlier. You know, ironically, gay people can't really have kids except through adoption. So it's almost like they don't want people to have kids, biologically speaking, you know. He's got a nice afro. Yeah, I agree. But anyway, I don't need to go on and on about how Barack Obama's gay. We know that he's gay. David, what is your opinion of the FBI dancing Israeli docs? I am reading it now. I will read that later. Thank you. I'll get back to you on that. I'm having a hard time with the tiny URL one. Yeah, was it redacted? Because I don't trust tiny URL. Just so you know. He's eating his whatever. Hey, would you talk to this guy? It's like, yeah, man, what's going on, man? Oh, here is John Boehner crying during a Golf Channel interview. Yeah. John Boehner has some crying episodes. Well, let's talk about it. Yeah. Is this an attack on the messenger? Just because Boehner is crying, you're not going to attack the messenger? Let's play it.
This is what I do all day. David's loose on Capitol Hill with Speaker of the House, John Boehner.
Three very famous old costumers here.
The three of us are talking about how easy it is to return the kids. I want to make sure every kid has the same chance, right?
Oh, cool. Yeah. John Boehner is known for crying publicly. Yeah. It's no big deal. Are you guys done with the picture of the flaming homosexual? Do I need to talk about his boyfriends? Are we good? We don't need to bring up his boyfriends that all died in 2007 mysteriously? Does anybody want to know about that? No. Okay. I heard him. No, he cries. People cry, man. It's okay. Was he drinking? Yeah, that's what happens when you drink. Yeah, he defrauded college and federal government. I know, Mr. Bill, I know. How come you Republicans didn't solve this problem 6 years ago? You have much more money than we do. Whatever, Sam is dad. I just basically, I gave it to you, man. It was a low blow, and I'm sorry. It was a dig. It was hurtful, I know. But don't you think you need to grow a thicker skin? I mean, how do you think I've done 7,000 hours of broadcasting? Huh? With a toy that says,
No! No! No!
no. It's through sheer willpower. Always believe in yourself. You came here with a package. Make it work. Thanks everybody for coming in tonight. It's been a good show. I just don't want to expound anymore. Tomorrow we're going to talk about waste, government waste, Wasteful Wednesday, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of the budgetary oversight or lack of oversight that the two parties are engaged in. They can't seem to cut the budget. They won't. They can't do that. Thank you, Chemtrail Cowboy. Thank you for coming back in. I'm sorry we had some disagreements earlier. No, my sister gave me the poster. She gave it to Sarah, but she gave us this and this.
No!
Isn't that cute gifts? I think that's great. Again, go back to your own drawing board there, buddy. You're out of here. I warned you about your hair on your, yeah. The problem isn't the government. It's the Archon demons who've been ruling the reality for 100,000 years. Oh, sorry. Really? So now you want me to, somehow turn into some sort of a strange character from outer space and drift into the sunrise and bid you farewell from the dark corners of space. Yes, perhaps I should. Well, yeah, I think we're done with Truth Tuesday. We covered all the bases. I'm going to get my face in that mode here. Bye, everybody. Oh, I didn't do that right. Hang on. I want to say goodnight properly. From Alien Space Headquarters. I am not an alien. Bye, everybody. All right, let's get going. We got some things on tap for all of you tonight. We'll start this whole show off with a little bit of this and a little bit of that. A little taste of that Paul Fall thing. Where do we know if it's Paul or Fall? And then we'll go into other cool stuff tonight. Like the 9/11 discovery videos. How the Mossad may have been behind some of 9/11, or at least they knew about it. Here's the difference between the real Paul and the fake Paul. Good night, everyone.